Ah. Hello. Most likely finish the game today, but first I need to do one little test. I finally got this in chatbot working correctly. Twitch. Still doing it. Okay. Annoying. Am I not? Second, I guess. Oh, that's okay. I should turn that off then. Oh well. Still ain't fucking solved. That's annoying. Fucking bugging me. Can't it just work the way it's fucking meant to? Be so goddamn wrong with that. Yeah. Off. Okay. I just want it to fucking work. And do. Why can't I just have that? Why? Easily fucking seeable as I really do. Huh. Now I know how to do that. I can't wait to learn. For now. Anyway. Where were we? Right, game. Freaking hate that I can only actually test all this when I'm live. That is really annoying, but whatever. There's the breaks for now. Anyway, to the game. I went up on the roof of the trailer to prep the kit. There, 1 second. Blech. Okay. I went up on the roof of the trailer to prep the kit I was using, and I turned on the heater while I was up there. While I was there. I must have left it burning when I came back down to run my lines. Then my mum called and I left the set to go talk to her. I came back after the call. The Tyrannosaurus head had fallen from the roof and the president was just there, lying next to it. Must have been quite a shock, coming back and seeing a dead body just lying there, huh? And this was a dead body with a giant Tyrannosaurus head right next to it. Yes, I'm sure it must have been very upsetting. It does sound like it was an accident, right? Yes, at least it does the way Sean tells it. I'd like to know a little more about exactly how things looked around here at the time.
Hold it!
You're a fit and hardy young man, Sean. It's spring now. Surely you didn't really need to fire up that stove.
Overruled!
He's a fit and hardy young man who needs to look after himself.
Objection!
Really, Your Honor? What even resorts to such measures even during warm weather?
Seriously? You two are going to argue over something like that right now.
He's right, of course.
You've made your point, Sean. I've told you before to watch how you talk to people.
I think he was criticizing you as much as he was me, Your Honor.
Yes, Mum. Anyway, where was I?
Hold it!
You left it burning. You didn't think to check before you came back down to the lot.
Meant to, but I was thinking about my lines in the scene and everything else.
Not my fault I forgot. Everybody forgets stuff.
I sure do. So much stuff. Leave the air conditioner on in Mr. Edgeworth's office and the lights. Forget that he told me never to jump off the ladder on his bookshelves or make prank calls. The one thing I would never ever forget to do is turn off an unattended heater.
Please, Sean, go on.
Jeez. What, huh? Anyway, as I was saying...
Hold it!
It was the middle of the night, and the set was deserted. Why did you need to leave in order to talk to your mother?
I forgot I was supposed to talk to her. I got confused, I guess. If I didn't leave, she'd find out I was out at the hotel at night on my own.
That doesn't make sense. You know that, don't you?
I mean, look, the camera was rolling and the mics were all live, okay? I didn't want a conversation on that tape where anybody could hear it.
He was embarrassed about being recorded speaking on the phone to his mother.
I ditched the rehearsal and ran off set as quickly as I could. I came back after the call.
Hold it!
You pretended to your mother that you were back at the hotel during the call, correct?
How come you couldn't tell her you were coming back to the set to practice your lines? Because she'd have phoned the hotel and asked them to send a car to get me or something.
Overruled!
Of course I would have. A child your age shouldn't be out on his own late at night. Anything could happen to you. Children really can't seem to see things from their parents' perspective, can they?
It's true. The other way around too, you know, Mr. Edgeworth.
Alright, Sean, can you tell us what happened when you came back after speaking to your mother?
Sure. So I came back and...
Hold it!
Were there any signs that it was about to fall before you left?
I don't remember. I was concentrating on my lines.
But a fire had broken out on the roof because of the heater you forgot to turn off. Did you really hear nothing the entire time?
No, I had my headphones on.
Why?
I was playing the soundtrack to the movie to help me concentrate. I was playing it loud. Oh yeah, I definitely didn't hear anything.
Except for the sound of your phone ringing when Judge Gambit called you.
You know that cell phones vibrate these days, right? Anyway.
Hold it!
Did you notice anything unusual about the body?
Don't know. It was dark.
Suddenly seems even more reticent than usual.
I don't think he wants to go back over that memory any more than he has to, Mr. Edgeworth.
I'm sure he doesn't, but is that really all it is? Should I push him a little more on this? It was dark, but you knew it was a body nonetheless.
That's... I...
He's hiding something. I better find out what. Most people would cry out for help if they saw somebody lying on the ground. And yet, you didn't.
Yeah, because... What was the point? He was dead.
So you said. What I'm interested in is how you were able to be so sure. Why were you certain that he was dead?
He was lying on that ground, and that huge head was right next to him. Didn't take much to figure out what must have happened.
Objection!
You couldn't have guessed that the impact would have killed him. How did you really know? I'll tell you how, because you checked.
Fine. I checked, okay? Scared, but yeah. Went up to the body and I looked. He wasn't breathing.
I was right. But why try to hide that fact? There must be a reason. Could you tell me how the body looked at that point?
I couldn't tell if he was dead at first. There was no blood or anything, so it was hard to be sure. Nothing on his clothes either. It's completely clean. Yeah, he wasn't breathing. That's how I knew he was dead.
Thank you. I'd like you to add that statement to your testimony if you don't mind.
I didn't know that he was dead at first. There was no blood and nothing on his clothes either.
Hold it!
Oh, that's where I'm gonna have to catch him, isn't it? So there was no blood or any other markings that would have told you if he was alive or dead. Would you say that my characterization of your statement is correct?
No, I would. You saw the body too, so you know I'm telling the truth.
You also told us that the lot was dark at the time, and yet you were still able to confirm all this.
What is your problem? There was nothing on his face, nothing on his clothes, okay?
Thank you, Sean. I think that tells us everything we need to know.
Why all the focus on how clean his clothes were? Mine are freshly washed at least.
That you could give us a few details about how exactly you confirmed that the president was dead.
Well, I couldn't tell just from standing there. Then I saw he wasn't breathing. That's how I knew for sure.
Hold it!
How did you confirm that he was no longer breathing?
You taught us how at school. You put your cheek next to the person's nose. They're breathing, you can feel it. Not I'd actually have to do it in real life though. I mean, it's good that they teach them this stuff, but yeah, takes guts to do it for real. Not bad for an elementary school kid.
He's in junior high, Kay. Try to remember at least that much.
Must have been quite a shock, coming back and seeing a dead body just lying there, huh? This was a dead body with a giant Tyrannosaurus head right next to it.
Yes, I'm sure it must have been very upsetting.
It does sound like it was an accident, right?
Yes, at least it does the way Sean tells it. Know a little more about exactly how things looked around here at the time. God, I'm gonna be pulling.
Objection!
Nothing on his clothes. Nothing at all.
Yeah, nothing. Why? Is there a problem with that?
There's something you're clearly hoping that we've forgotten.
What are you talking about? There isn't. That's not true.
Unluckily for you, you remember it rather well. I'm talking, of course, about the yellow speckles on the president's chest. You studiously avoided mentioning them throughout your testimony. An absence I find suspicious, to say the least.
That's...
I hope for your sake that you have a satisfactory explanation.
Overruled.
Judge Gavel.
Allow me to explain.
But
The yellow residue on the president's chest. Imagine it was from a bouquet of flowers. Lion lilies, to be precise.
lion lilies.
2 nights ago when I met the president on the roof of the big building, I presented him with a bouquet. They're a type of lily with large yellow petals. I imagine that the substance on President Wang's chest was pollen from those flowers. Huh? But they're not there in the printout from the security camera. Only because the president is in the way.
But why give him flowers?
That is not something I am at liberty to divulge.
Not so fast!
What? More secrets? Are you serious? First you wouldn't tell us why you met with him, and now you can't even tell us about the flowers.
My sincerest apologies, but all I can tell you is that I gave him the bouquet.
Objection!
A bouquet that was nowhere near the body when it was discovered. How do you explain that?
I cannot.
Seriously, Your Honor? Some things you won't explain, the rest you can't. Come on, you've got to give us something here. You wouldn't let this fly in the courtroom. What makes you think we'll accept it?
Hey, you leave her alone. John. I threw the flowers away, okay?
You did? So they were there when you first found the body?
Yeah, they were right there on his chest. They were squished completely flat. Oh, I guess that makes sense, right? They would have gotten crushed along with the president.
And the pollen would have been smeared across his jacket front. That does explain things rather neatly. But why remove the bouquet and dispose of it?
No reason.
He's almost as evasive as his mother.
More secrets. They're quite a pair.
Overruled!
There is no secret. I know exactly why Sean disposed of the bouquet. Huh? You saw me leave the house with it, didn't you? Oh, I get it. When you saw the flowers on the president's body, you remembered seeing your mum with them.
And felt the need to prevent her from coming under suspicion.
No, you got it all wrong.
That's his least convincing lie yet.
I often decorate our home with lion lilies. I imagine that's why he remembered.
Knuckle back!
So the flowers his mother was carrying showed up on the president's body. And because of that, he got rid of the bouquet and kept quiet about having discovered the corpse. Well, that ties everything up nicely, doesn't it? A little too nicely for my tastes.
Why? What's wrong with nice?
I guess you forgot, huh? The kid also told us that he was responsible for the head fall in the first place.
Yeah, he did, but
So he's still our only suspect.
Objection!
The finger of suspicion still seems to be pointing firmly in Sean's direction. However... Wait. I can think of a far more likely culprit than the boy. What? Who? The person who was holding Sean captive until only a short while ago. That's right. We had to rescue him from a warehouse refrigerator unit down by the harbour. A refrigeration unit in a depot? Yeah. Luckily it wasn't switched on, or it might have frozen into a popsicle otherwise. He was doing his best to call out for help, which is how we found him.
sedatives had worn off by then, so he was wide awake and plenty loud.
Sedatives? Isn't that what you were given too?
Yep, we found the bottle on the floor of the unit. It was even the same brand. Reese's. Apparently it's super strong.
Well, Agent Lang, surely that suggests that Sean is a victim and not a suspect. Somebody else was responsible, and I think they've been behind all of this.
Knuckle back!
Oh yeah? And this secret mastermind of yours was here last night too? That I can't say yet. Not like you to be so vague, Mr. Prosecutor. Sadly, we just don't have anything to tie our mysterious kidnapper to the murder of the president. So is there anybody else? Somebody other than Sean who could have committed the murder? Of course. So I was right. The kid is still our only suspect.
Objection!
Not quite. I can think of another. What? Somebody who we just recently proved was right here on the movie set last night. Chairman Winner. You think he killed President Wang? Why not? You've proven that he was present. And if he was here, he's as viable a suspect as anybody else, wouldn't you say? Winner. Could he really have? It's certainly another possibility to consider. 12 years ago he was... that number again. Look, a lot happened, okay? This was all 12 years ago or more. My father and the president being friends, my family being the ones who kept him safe.
Lang. Like the Lang from 12 years ago?
Yep. Good to see that you're finally about to pay for your crimes. Even if it did take a while for you to get what was coming to you. Agent Lang, what happened 12 years ago? Nothing to do with you. I think it has everything to do with me. It's clearly connected to this case.
Knuckle back!
And you can prove that, can you? Go ahead. Show me some proof that what happened 12 years ago has anything to do with this. Proof? If you can't prove it, this conversation's over. Does any of the evidence we collected show a link between recent events and those of 12 years ago? Isn't it?
Take that!
This is a report about Bronco Knight. It was sent to Chairman Winner by Warden Lagarde. This last part in particular should be of interest to you. Retrieve the package we laid to rest 12 years ago, in front of the planter. And that's not all. Take a look at this. This letter was sent to Rosie Ringer, the victim of a murder that happened the night before last. We don't know who sent it, but it does say this. Good luck getting your revenge for what happened 12 years ago. What? But... Something strange is going on, Agent Lang. Miss Ringer was murdered the night before last, and President Wang not long afterward. There's a connection between the two murders. There has to be. And I believe we can trace that connection to events 12 years in the past. Am I wrong? These are old wounds you're opening here. Insults to my family name. Please, Agent Lang, we need to know. Who on earth was that? Shifu! What are you all doing here? Came to find you, sir. I heard you were looking into the incident from 12 years ago. Idiots. I'm not your boss anymore. Go back to your duties right now. We can't do that, sir. What? You're disobeying a direct order? Please, sir. Begging you. We all are. We have to reopen the investigation into the SS5 incident. We know you can't let it go after you've figured out what happened. We can't either. Well, Agent Lang, it seems your former underlings want the events of the past explained too. I think it's that easy, that you could solve the case just like that. I think we can, together. Well, alright then. Offer accepted. Shifu, Shifu, Shifu!
Nice. And I guess it's my turn to set up.
I'm sorry, Kay?
You're looking into a case from the past, right? I just happen to have something that will help with that.
Ah, you mean Mr. Thief?
Sure do. If you can give me the details of the incident, I can rustle up a little simulation for you.
Sadly, we don't have the files relating to the case.
Huh? How come?
Access to those files is restricted. They're top secret. Really, why? Beats me. Somebody must have something to hide. Even I've never seen them. Everything I know I read in newspaper articles from the time. That's fine. Just tell us what you can. Alright? The SS5 incident happened on a winter's day 12 years ago. February 10th to be precise. Your police received a call directly from the kidnapper. I've got the President of Zhang Fa. So he was kidnapped. Yeah, SS5 is the official designation of the President's kidnapping case. The kidnapper wanted $100 million.
$100 million? How much money even is that?
More than you can imagine, it seems. The last person to see the President that night was my father. They were together at the embassy of Zhangfa until midnight on the 10th. Nobody knows what happened with the President after that until he was kidnapped. Our government did everything they could to scrape together the money. They were desperate to save him. And in the end they succeeded. The money was handed over and the President came home safely.
So, President Wang was head honcho even back then. Wow, go Mr. President.
The length of time he stayed in power isn't even close to the most impressive thing about him. Agent Lang was clearly very fond of President Wang. I assume the kidnapping was thoroughly investigated. It was, but the investigation was top secret, as was the trial. The trial? So a suspect was arrested. Yeah, none other than our friend, Fifi Lagarde. What? Is that why you visited the prison? It is. I was put on what you might call extended leave from Interpol. So I thought I'd use the time to look into what happened 12 years back. And I wanted to see who I was dealing with.
She was found not guilty then, wasn't she?
Yeah. My father was in charge of the president's security at the time, but they held him responsible for the kidnapping and stripped him of his duties as presidential bodyguard. He stayed on the force, though, and he worked the case alone, until eventually he found a suspect. Lagarde. And if he thought she did it, there's no way she was innocent. But they declared her not guilty, and the case went cold. My father couldn't take it. He was broken, mentally and physically. Finally, he quit the force altogether. So he had solid grounds to suspect Warden Lagarde. He must have had evidence. He wouldn't have charged her otherwise. But I've never been able to see the materials from the case. I'm sorry, but that's all I know.
What do we do, Mr. Edgeworth? This is useful information, but I don't think it's enough for Littlefeet to recreate the scene.
Is there really nothing we can do?
You look like you could use a hand.
Who's this now? Francesca.
Mr. Fender!
Well, we wrapped things up over at the courthouse, so we thought we'd see what your kids were up to.
Here.
What's this? Well, it says SS5 Incident Investigation Report.
When Fifi Lagarde mentioned an incident from 12 years ago earlier, I couldn't help but wonder. So I decided to look into it. This is what Interpol provided.
Nice work, Francesca.
Don't get the wrong idea, Miles Edgeworth. You're no longer a prosecutor. I didn't do this for you. I did it so that a colleague could solve his father's final case.
I owe you, sis. But everything related to the SS5 incident was supposed to be top secret.
Yes, but that classification was applied by the prosecutor in charge of the case, Excelsius Winner.
He was the prosecutor in charge. Him again.
Don't worry. Due to the outcome of this morning's case, he's been stripped of his authority. An outcome that was in no small part thanks to the efforts of his own son.
Eustace. When defeating his father, he made the old case file available to us. Sounds like we owe him.
Prosecutor Eustace Winner is busy wrapping things up after the conclusion of the Lagarde trial. But he asked me to give you a message. Leave Dad and Lagarde to me. You focus on your case over there.
He's even starting to sound like a prosecutor.
Indeed he is. Alright. Now that we have the case file, I can recreate the scene no problem.
Excellent. Let's get started. According to the file, the incident occurred exactly where the plaza is now.
Then what are we waiting for? With me, everybody.
God, there are so many fucking characters here. Ugh. Alright, Kay, if you could set Mr. Thief in motion.
Sure. Looks like there's more than enough here to work with. Where do you want to start?
Good question. Let's see. It seems there was an eyewitness. A freelance journalist by the name of Alf Alden. But apparently, he was killed by the culprit for witnessing the kidnapping. So this is where he saw it all happen, huh?
Yeah. Is in the big building?
No, construction of the big building only began a year ago. Before that, it had been a piece of abandoned property. And before that... Now we're getting to the stuff I know. 12 years ago, this place would have been a happy family home. Like, for retired people? No, it was a place for children without parents. An orphanage, in other words. The president was kidnapped from an orphanage. Yeah, and the place was run by Fifi Lagarde. She called it a happy little home.
As the proprietor of the institution, I suppose it's understandable that she came under suspicion.
President Wang, Excelsius winner, and Warden Lagarde. Surely the SS5 incident must be related to our current case. Kay, could you enter the data relating to the murder of Mr. Aldown? It seems sensible to assume that he was killed by whoever kidnapped the president.
So if we solve the murder, we solve the kidnapping. Nice.
Alright, we're counting on you.
What the heck is this?
When did I grow to become so blasé towards people's reactions to Mr. Thief? What we're seeing here is the front yard of the orphanage as it was 12 years ago. At least, as far as the police reports describe it.
Yeah, this is how it looked when they started investigating at 7 AM in the morning after the murder.
And it seems it had been snowing. Yeah, from what I heard, the footprints wound up being pretty important evidence. The snow fell in the daytime the previous day. In other words, before the incident occurred. Meaning that none of the relevant footprints would have been obscured by new snow. I think we'll need to pay these footprints some special attention.
Ugh, okay, let's get to talking to everybody. Oh, howdy. Is this even ever a scoop? All world's gone green. Must be an outbreak or something. I'm seeing green trees, green people, green clothes, everything. They must be real sick if their clothes turn green. Looks like a wound up slap bang in the middle of the right damn place at the right damn time. Sure did, Chief. Don't think we're gonna get a word in edgewise here, Mr. Edgeworth.
I don't think we want to.
How dare you, Scruffy! Don't you dare tell anybody. I'll just deny it anyway.
Mr. Edgeworth, you gotta help me out here, sir. What's the matter, detective? It's about the SS5 incident. What else? I know Chairman Winner isn't in charge anymore and all, but a top secret file being available to us so quickly after his removal, something seemed off. And that got me to thinking, and I put in a call and they told me that, well, that Miss Von Karma went to some pretty extreme lengths to get that file released.
Cuss you, Scruffy. I deny everything.
Sounds like you went to a lot of trouble for our sake, Francesca. Don't worry, your efforts won't be for nothing. I'll solve this case, you'll see.
He does care.
This looks like a snowman, but it's mostly melted.
Well, it's no wonder. He's all slushy. He's wearing a hat and a scarf. Must have been all roasty toasty. Oh, look at his cute little button eye, just lying there.
He probably would have frozen back up again at dawn. You know, that's when it's usually coldest.
I don't think that would have helped him much, Mr. Edgeworth. The melted snowman frozen again wouldn't turn back into a snowman. Would turn into an iceman.
What? what I bet you wanted to say, isn't it? Not too bad. These footprints stop by the body.
Guess that means they belong to Mr. Aldale, right? Feet were pretty big. What's that about, a size 12? According to the file, they were the same size as his shoes. Here's a match.
There's a porch swing with an elephant's face on it. And behind it is what appears to be a motor.
Know what every dedicated swing friend always wonders, don't you? If they can swing all the way over the top and back again. Maybe a motorized swing could finally make that dream come true.
Wouldn't that be a little dangerous?
And what dream isn't, huh? Nothing ventured, nothing gained.
True, but hardly applicable in this case.
Can I help you, Mr. Edgeworth? I cannot thank you all enough for returning Sean safely to me. I can hardly bear to imagine how I would have felt if he had not come home. Hey, old guy, can't you see you're upsetting her?
That was not my intent at all.
Look at our little knight in shining armour, defending his mum's honour. Shut up. I wouldn't have to if you didn't keep... That's enough, Sean. Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll allow me. I would like to apologise again. I failed in my duty as a servant of justice. I will not ask you to forgive me. I only ask you to understand that I...
Judge Gambit, I don't presume to know the goddess of justice as well as you do. But she was a mother, was she not? Of other gods and goddesses?
She was.
Her judgment requires personal circumstances to be taken into account. I'm sure she would understand. Perhaps your beloved goddess is more merciful than you give her credit for.
Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. What are they even talking about? Don't worry, Sean. I don't have a clue either.
So, things are finally settling down after Warden Lagarde's trial.
It would seem so. Sentencing is still to come, but the guilty verdict should stand. And do not worry, Excelsior's winner's connection to the case will be thoroughly investigated. Have faith, Mr. Edgeworth. Eustace is a changed man.
Indeed. He simply had some growing to do, but then, don't we all? Kay included.
Kinda feel for him now. Did some pretty mean things, but I'll make it up to him next time I get the chance. And I'm sure that chance will come, but for now...
Indeed. We need to focus on the case at hand.
What do you want?
Sean, I wonder if you can tell us a little more about the circumstances surrounding your kidnapping.
They took you when you went to the garbage disposal area, right? And what were you doing there?
Alright, you don't have to talk for him.
You can... It's alright. You don't have to talk for him. You can just ask me himself. Isn't that Mr. Edgeworth? I think he's starting to warm to you. Went to the garbage disposal to throw away the flowers that were on that body. Wasn't far, and I figured they'd be less likely to find them there than if I threw them in a garbage can. Had to get in there last night too, but it was locked.
Oh, you had to come back today to try again.
Yeah, but when I was there, somebody came up behind me and put something over my face. Oh yeah, snoozing is threezy with threezy. Easy three.
Oh my god. The fact that she was drugged with it too doesn't seem to bother her. I guess it is a catchy name.
Whoever it was pretty strong, but never saw their face.
I see, thank you. That's very helpful. What can you tell us about the time between when you were kidnapped and when you were found?
Not a whole lot, I bet. Snoozing is easy threezy with 3Z. I remember waking up feeling cold. Somewhere big and empty and dark. Cardboard boxes with some other luggage, some other language written on them. Figured it must be a storeroom. But it was actually a giant refrigerator. Businesses use them to keep stuff chilled.
And that's where Kay and Detective Gumshoe found him. They really saved the day there.
Guess the cooler must have been on until just before I was brought there. Like I said, it was pretty cold. Anyway, they didn't take my phone for some reason. I used that to call for help.
I see. Well, we're very glad that you found your way back to us safely.
Say it like you mean it, why don't you?
Not the most gracious child I've met.
Reminds me of certain somebody else.
There were burn marks on this pillar here.
Paul says there was a fire sometime on the evening of the incident.
Fire?
Let's see. Where was it again? Yeah, one of the orphans set a fire with some kerosene. Some sort of prank, probably.
You sound like a lively bunch. Possibly too lively. Seems the antics spoiled our chances of finding any footprints near the entrance of the building. Well, that is a little too convenient though. These planters.
According to the case file, the yard stretched out around 3 sides of the orphanage. And there were 3 planters on each side.
Yes, planters arranged in a very particular pattern. And we've seen somewhere before.
Shame there aren't many flowers. I guess it was the middle of winter.
Yes, look at that one. It's bright yellow.
Weird. How come there's only one? Wait, looks like somebody dropped it. That's a lion lily. If I'm not very much mistaken, a rare member of the family Lilacia.
Lion lily, you say?
Wait, didn't Judge Gambit give President Wang some lion lilies?
What is the same flower doing here? This can't be a coincidence, can it?
I believe this particular cultivator is from Asia, where it's said to symbolize the bond between parent and child.
I wasn't aware you were so knowledgeable when it came to flowers, Francesca.
What I just told you is common knowledge. Perhaps you just need to read a little more. Nigu shaped like a bear, a perfect balance of cuteness and scariness. I guess you could call it a big loo.
It is quite large. You could probably fit as many as 3 people inside it.
Yeah, and they could live in there for 3 whole years.
3 years? And what about the summer? Wouldn't the big igloo melt?
Again, say it again, Mr. Edgeworth, please. One more time.
Wouldn't the igloo melt?
You're no fun. Hey, this arch. You've seen it somewhere before, right?
Indeed we have. It's the same one that stands over the entrance of the building today.
But this is supposed to be how things looked 12 years ago. Was it there the whole time?
Seems the architects worked the old archway into the structure of the new building. Hello, Adrian.
The future... The future is simply the past reheated. I think I heard that somewhere.
And for once, it seems you might have remembered it correctly.
12 years is a long time to reheat something for. If it was your lunch, it'd be ruined.
Looks chillier than your chilliest look out here, Miles Reno. Somebody might have to warm me up.
Could you maybe take this a little more seriously, Mr. Fender?
Not for you, K-Meister, anything. Can't believe this whole sorry tale began right here. Kinda crazy, right? Yes, it is a little. What were Fiefs and the chairman up to, though? Where were they going with all this? Where indeed. I'd very much like to know that myself. I'd very much like to know when you two are going to admit how much you love your Uncle Eddie.
Not anytime soon. Come on, Mr. Fender. You're not taking this seriously at all.
You did for about 3 sentences, which is something of a record. A tortoise and a hare. Inspired by the children's story, no doubt. The tortoise races the speedy hare and wins.
Alright, time for a K Faraday pop quiz. Why did the hare lose the race? I'll give you 3 options.
I don't need 3 options, K. He lost because he stopped to rest and fell asleep.
Number 1. The hare's favourite running shoes were stolen by the Yatagarasu. Number 2. The tortoise trained with the Yatagarasu and got so fast that he won. Number 3. The real winner was the Yatagarasu, who plotted a surprise secret victory.
Those are my only 3 options.
Too hard? Alright, give you a hint. The option you're looking for starts with a
Well, that definitely narrows it down. Shifu, I know it's rude of me to ask, but can we count off for old time's sake? Just once, I'm begging you. For old time's sake. Seems a little sentimental, but fine. Count off. 1! Sorry, Shifu. Doesn't feel the same on my own. Kinda lonely. Fool. Shouldn't matter if there's one of you or 100. You may be on your own here right now, but the pack is always with you. So quit whining about being lonely and howl like you mean it. Count off. 1! 1! 1! 1! Is he crying? These footprints go towards the body and come back.
According to the case file, ought to be the killers. They're about a size 9. Pretty average, in other words. Seems the police weren't able to track down who the murderer was from them though.
Three planters, covered with snow. Is anything the matter, Agent Lang? Yeah, something's not right. I wasn't able to look at the case file until now. Indeed, you have Chairman Winner to thank for that, it seems. Yeah, but what's weird is, I've seen this scene somewhere before. What? But where? Why do I keep thinking I've got it, but then it's gone? He appears to be lost in his efforts to remember. Perhaps I should leave him alone for now. President Wang changed after the SS5 incident. I guess he felt his trust had been betrayed. I can understand that. But to cut ties with my family completely, after how close we'd been for all those years. My father was desperate to make amends, to get just one chance to say sorry. No matter how many times he tried to get an audience with the president, he couldn't, Couldn't even convince them to take a letter to him. One time he came home covered in bruises. Who knows from where? Bodyguard, maybe. Sorry. There's no point making you sit through old stories that won't change anything anyway. I'll be the judge of that. Warm as fuzzy as ever, I see. Not that I expected any different. That case ruined my father, and my family too. The people who failed to keep the president safe. That's all we were after. That's all we were after that. He threw himself, heart and soul, into that investigation. He became obsessed, in other words. Hardly the best state of mind in which to undertake an inquiry. Well, you really don't pull your punches, huh? Look, just don't go thinking I'm only doing this because of my dad, okay? That investigation was solid, his work meticulous, and it was accurate. It always was. He interviewed every single one of those kids, and he made sure they told him everything. I wonder if he learned anything of value. Alf Howldown, the man who witnessed the president's kidnapping. But what exactly did he see?
I based this part of the recreation on one of the crime scene photos.
It seems he suffered a blow to the back of the head.
Yeah, from that brick right there. We figured it must have been taken from here in the yard.
Looks like the blood flowed from the head wound and spread over the surrounding area.
Yeah, good for you. This is Mr. Howldown's autopsy report.
I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. This cell phone must have belonged to the victim.
You're right. Yeah, it says here in the file that Mr. Howldown made a call while he was watching the kidnapping.
A call? To whom?
His girlfriend. Seems he called her when he saw that the president was there. But she didn't pick up, so he left a message. That's in here too if you want to hear it.
Please.
Hey Rosie, it's me. Guess you're asleep already. Anyway, I'm here at the orphanage. Something weird's going on. President Wang is here for some reason. There's another... Damn it, the light's out, so I can't quite see, but... Looked like he was being kidnapped? Anyway, probably nothing, but I... I'm freaking automatically saying that. But I thought I should let you know...
What were those sounds at the end? He must have been attacked while he was still on the phone.
Agent Lang, can I ask you something? Mr. Howldown's girlfriend, what was her name?
Ringer. Rosie Ringer. At least that's what I heard.
Just as I thought. Wait, you mean...
A revenge for what happened 12 years ago.
All Miss Ringer was left with were the memories and personal effects of her lover. And so, seeking revenge on Chairman Winner, she made her appearance at the auction. So, she really was out for revenge on Chairman Winner, wasn't she?
Perhaps it was for his suppression of the kidnapping. Or perhaps it was because she thought he was one of the kidnappers.
Somebody's dropped a yellow flower here. It's a lion lily, right?
According to Francesca, yes. They're originally from Asia, if I recall correctly.
Yep. And she said it symbolizes the pond being painted or tiled, right?
It was the blood. It was the bond between parent and child, Kay. Oy. Al Aldown, freelance journalist. Killed after witnessing the kidnapping of President Wang.
Even in the recreation, it's pretty gruesome, huh?
It's even worse in the actual crime scene photos. That's a lot of blood. Seems mostly to have come from the back of his head, as you can see. That area is completely caked.
Yeah, the autopsy report said that's where he was hit with the brick.
Indeed, I imagine his attacker must have snuck up on him from behind. It looks as if he's clutching something in his right hand.
Oh yeah, they mentioned that in the file somewhere. Let's see. According to this, it was a button.
A button. Torn from the attacker's clothing, perhaps.
Fresh blood, plenty of it. According to the autopsy report, died from loss of blood due to the blow to the back of its head.
Yes, and that blood spread out over the entire area. Doubt anybody could have bled that much and survived. Anyway, this certainly seems to confirm what the autopsy report suggests. This was the brick used in the murder.
There's stuff made of bricks all around the yard here. You probably took it from somewhere nearby, huh?
So the victim was carrying a camera.
Oh yeah, according to the file they recovered a picture. Yeah, here we are.
That's...
It's the president, right?
and somebody pointing a gun at him. This must be what Mr. Aldown witnessed.
So the person in the trench coat is the kidnapper?
Yes, I imagine they were trying to conceal their identity. But if Agent Lang's father's theory was correct, the person wearing that trench coat is Warden the guard.
How come they only found the one picture?
Probably wasn't able to take any more before he was attacked. Something else.
Means I'm gonna have to do something.
The angle of the picture doesn't really make a lot of fucking sense. Now Alfdown, age 31, believed to have been murdered during a call where he was detailed something he had witnessed. Time of death, February 10th at approximately 1 AM, 12 years ago. Cause of death, loss of blood resulting from a blow to the back of the head with a brick. Apparently there's nothing more to be found there, but the thing is... fine. That's what our monstrous hoofprints really were.
Wait, what?
Recall the arrangement of the prints. Now compare it to that of the planters.
Whoa.
That's right. I believe the footprints are located exactly where our planters once stood.
So Chairman Winner was digging around the front of them?
He was. But why might he have been doing that? We have a piece of evidence in our possession that answers exactly that question. We do? What piece of evidence shows why Chairman Winner might have been digging in front of the planters?
I mean, this?
Take that!
Recall, if you will, the report that Warden Lagarde sent to Chairman Winner. In it, she mentioned something that had been laid to rest in front of a planter.
You think she was telling him where to dig? Wait, but why 3 holes?
Because the report didn't specify which of the planters she meant.
I get it, so he wasn't sure which one it was. Which meant he had to try and dig up all 3.
Imagine so, yes. Or Chairman Winner.
But why go to all that trouble? What was he looking for?
I think that's about all we can learn from the scene for now.
Alright, how about I try to show you how things looked earlier on that night?
That would be very much appreciated. Would you take us back to the moment in which the victim witnessed the kidnapping?
Sure, I use the photograph he took. Here goes nothing.
There's Mr. Aldown in the middle of the planters.
And there's the president and his kidnapper out by the road.
My father based his investigation on the evidence Aldown provided. That was why he thought the kidnapping and the orphanage were connected somehow. And how he wound up suspecting Fifi Lagarde. She was the one running the orphanage at the time. Exactly. But when the case went to trial, Excelsius Winner put a big hole in that theory. He did? Yeah, after all, the president and the kidnapper weren't actually on the grounds of the orphanage. So it was hard to conclusively prove any kind of connection.
Huh? So they were never seen inside the gates of the orphanage.
Detectives bust a gut to find evidence on the scene today. On the scene, and the prosecutors come along and twist it for their own ends. Winner and the guard were working together. They had some kind of deal, I'm sure of it.
So you're saying that Chairman Winner was working with their kidnapper?
Your father was convinced that Lagarde was the culprit, correct? And you say he was a gifted and thorough investigator. And he must have had more to support his theory than just Mr. Aldown's message, surely. Yeah, he must have. I just don't know what it was. It wasn't exactly a case he liked talking about. Agent Lang's father, Dai Long Lang, trusted ally and confidant of President Wang. He discovered truths that were subsequently suppressed by Chairman Winner. First priority should be to find out what they were.
There's something gloomy about this picture, know what I mean? I could have brightened it up a little, made the subject stand out a little better.
I don't think the lack of light is the photographer's fault, Kay. That streetlight appears to be broken.
It does. Oh yeah, look at that. Do you think the idea was to make the subject stand out with lightning? But it maybe didn't pan out? Yeah, you're probably right. Thanks for the explanation, Mr. Edgeworth.
You're welcome. Although you seem to have completely misunderstood it. Ooh, the footprints are already there as well. The President's kidnapper. We should see if we can judge anything based on their appearance.
Roger that, Red Leader. Alright, let's have a look at you.
The first thing to note is that they're holding the President at gunpoint.
Trying to look all cool and tough, waving a pistol around. Or it is they suck.
Their coat and hat completely cover their face, so unfortunately we can't identify them that way.
Turning their collar up and pulling their hat down and trying to be all mysterious. I hate this kidnapper.
And they seem pretty relaxed. I don't think they're particularly nervous.
Yeah, hand in the pocket. Classic show-off move. You suck, you suck, you suck.
Okay, that's...
What? You said to judge them by their appearance.
well, yes, but I didn't mean it like that.
Really, we can't look at them. What?
Gaijin Wang was president of Zhangfa even back then.
Does he look any younger? It's kinda dark, can't really tell.
Indeed, and the situation being what it is, his facial expression is somewhat distorted.
Wonder where they took him after this.
We don't know that yet, but depending on how our investigation progresses, we may find out soon enough.
Hey, that snowman. It was melted in the simulation of the morning after the murder, huh? And that muffler was all wet, and its little button eye had fallen off.
Indeed, it still looked reasonably healthy at this point. Although not entirely. I can see one thing that's missing.
Oh, poor guy. I bet some kid took it as a stupid prank. Not a bad... It's a thieving, though. Maybe they had potential.
I think one of the orphans took it. I'm not so sure. In fact, I think it was grabbed by somebody else entirely.
Eureka!
This snowman is missing a certain something, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, his right eye.
Indeed. Luckily, we've managed to locate it.
The button Mr. Alldown was holding? Look at that. It's the same type of button as the other eye and everything.
And if we suppose that the button was indeed the snowman's missing eye, that presents something of a contradiction. What does the button contradict? I need to run to the toilet anyway, so I'll be back in a second. I'll think about this on my way there and back. Okay. Location, maybe? I can try all three, it doesn't really matter. The victim was clutching the button, and the button was covered with his blood, which means he must have grabbed it after being attacked. Let's run a little hypothetical, shall we? What if, after being struck, Mr. Alldown lost his balance and reached out to grab something to steady himself, a snowman? The snowman would have supported him, so he would have grasped the button and wouldn't have supported him, so he would have grasped the button and continued falling.
I get it. So you're saying he was near the snowman when he was attacked?
I am, within the arm's reach to be precise. But he's certainly nowhere near that close.
Right. His footprints only go as far as the planter. He never came back this way.
What if they weren't his footprints? I think we need to look at all the prints again.
Alright, I'll take us back to the scene when Mr. Alldown's body was found.
Really?
The footprints on the left definitely matched up with Mr. Alldown's shoes, right? So what's the deal?
Let's take another look and see if we can figure it out.
They changed his fucking shoes, didn't they?
Can we really be sure that these are Mr. Alldown's footprints?
Well, they're the same size, a 12, which is pretty big, and the prints match his shoes. They also go straight to the middle of the planters where his body was found.
But as we've established, when he was attacked, he fell and grabbed the button from the snowman.
Well, being a great thief, I know a few contortionist tricks, but that would be way beyond even me. No average Joe stretching his arm that far, basically impossible.
I think we can be reasonably certain that the prints were made by the shoes the victim was wearing. Can we be certain that they were actually the victim's shoes? Perhaps we should take another look at them. These shoes, as the case file says, they match the footprints, but these aren't the victim's shoes, I'm sure of it.
What do you mean?
Look at how the laces are tied. Don't they look a little strange to you? What's more, they don't appear to fit properly.
So these prints, they go right up to where the victim was found and they stop right by his feet.
They didn't actually belong to him.
So are the prints by his head? So are the prints by his head his? The ones that lead away and come back?
No, I don't think so. They're too small.
So neither set belongs to him? Then how did he get here?
That's easy enough. He didn't walk. He was carried by the killer. And then where did the murder take place? Was it really over by the snowman as we suspect?
What again? Snowman, one eye missing, and it comes up to about my shoulder. That's a super heavyweight contender right there. Those kids weren't messing around.
Never mind its weight and size. I think we need some slightly more in-depth analysis here.
Well, it has a bucket for a hat, buttons for eyes, and a nice fluffy muffler. A full snowman uniform. And it looks like it can't wait for me to punch and kick it into 1,000 tiny snowman pieces.
Perhaps if we could keep things a little less subjective, Kay. This was how things looked right before the president was presumably led away at gunpoint.
Seems super strong, but it still wasn't a match for a gun, huh?
Indeed. Mr. Alldown captured this little scene on camera from over by the planters. But if he did, then how?
How could he have grabbed that button off of the snowman if he was all the way over here? Over there?
Precisely. I think we need to look at this situation again, at a different point in time. Mr. Alldown took his picture of the president's kidnapping from here,
And then called Rosie Ringer.
at which point his killer must have already been approaching from behind.
A brick in their hand, ready to strike.
Can we really be sure that these are Mr. Alldown's footprints?
Well, they're the same size, 12, which is pretty big. The prints match his shoes. They also go straight to the middle of the planters where his body was found.
As we've established, when he was attacked, he fell and grabbed the button from the snowman.
Well, being a great thief, I know if you can talk.
Yep. Cautiousness. Stretching. Really don't need to say the same fucking thing. Right. Let's get down a little bit faster. I think Mr. Alldown's body was moved. That was to explain the button clutched in his hand. And that would suggest that he was killed somewhere near the snowman. I'd better take a closer look.
Oh, look, there's a brick missing here.
The rest of the brickwork looks fine. Strange that just this one is missing. Well, there were planters outside the orphanage gates too.
Oh, look, they planted stuff that flowers in winter under all that snow.
Indeed, a little frigid, but tasteful nonetheless. Even if this is a simulation.
It's indeed a bit frosty, but tasty nonetheless, for a simulation. Poor snowman, he's not looking good.
Can't be helped. Snow and ice eventually melt, that's just how it is.
So do mysteries. All you have to do is wait. The snowman of the case will melt into the clear water of truth.
All you have to do is wait, Kay. I have to work to solve these mysteries.
Size 9 footprints going toward the body and away from it. Case file says they must have belonged to the murderer.
They grow fainter as they get closer to the orphanage gates.
That's just because there's less snow over there now.
Be that as it may, it certainly doesn't help in matching the prints with the name and a face. Not really it. It seems quite likely that the missing brick was the one used in the murder, wouldn't you say?
Oh yeah, now that you mention it, they're the exact same shape and size.
Mm-hmm. I think we have to conclude that the murder actually happened over by the snowman.
Right, the button came from there, and the brick too.
Indeed, and what's more, if the murderer took the brick from right by the snowman, and then tried to sneak up on the victim all the way over by the planters.
Mr. Alden would have seen them right away.
Exactly. I think we need to update the simulation key. Mr. Aldown wasn't standing by the planters, he was next to the snowman.
Gotcha. Right, here goes. Yeah, no matter how you look at it, this just doesn't work.
Indeed, everybody who was present is in the exact same spot.
So where did we go wrong?
One of the pieces of evidence on which we based our simulation must be the source of the problem. What if one of them was faked somehow? But which one was it? Sure, obviously.
Take that!
Can we really be certain that this picture was taken by Mr. Aldown?
Huh? Well, what do you mean?
We know that whoever killed him moved his body. But why would they have done that? What if they wanted to make it seem like he saw something he didn't?
And then they took the photo to help back up the lie?
They had the president at gunpoint. They could have easily forced him to pose for the picture. He would have had no choice but to comply.
Now that you mention it, they only recovered one picture from Mr. Aldown's camera, right?
Indeed, imagine his killer probably removed the film that was already in there, and replaced it with another, thereby ensuring that the only picture found was the one they staged.
Yeah, that makes total sense. So this picture was actually taken after Mr. Aldown was killed. No way.
And there you have it. The picture doesn't show what Mr. Aldown saw at all. It seems highly likely that it was simply staged to make us believe that was the case.
Oh, wait, so there was the president. So where was the president when Mr. Aldown thought he saw him being kidnapped?
Luckily, the photograph isn't the only piece of evidence we can use to try to figure that out.
Yeah, he left that voicemail too.
He did. I think we should listen back to it one more time, don't you? This is surely the only place where the president and his kidnapper could have been standing. Oh, yeah.
Take that!
Recall this statement from Mr. Aldown's voicemail. Damn it, the light's out. 2 of the lights here in the yard are broken.
Yeah, he must have been talking about the one over by the building.
Alright, could you update the simulation to reflect everything we've learned?
Sure.
And there we have it. Kidnapper really was standing over by the building. Yes, it would certainly have strengthened the theory that they were connected to the orphanage. So they moved the body and staged the photograph to distort the picture painted by the voicemail, which helped them undermine the idea that the orphanage was involved when the case went to trial. Well, that certainly changes what this particular part of the simulation tells us. I imagine it will also affect our understanding of the scene from when the body was found.
Only one way to find out. Ready to make the jump?
To switch between the 2 recreations, I need to first press Y to talk with K, then select switch recreations. I'll give it a try later when I need it. There's no mistaking it. This is where Mr. Aldan actually took his pictures. All being attacked by the murderer with a brick from the planter just behind him. After being attacked, he collapsed, grabbing the snowman's right eye as he fell.
Which means his body would have been here at first. Not where we thought it was before.
Indeed. We should examine the area where we previously thought it fell too. Mr. Aldan wasn't killed here, between the planters at all.
Then what's this blood doing here?
Things have changed considerably in terms of what the simulation is showing us. But if we want to look more closely at this blood, I think we'll be better off looking at the simulation from the point at which the body was discovered.
Then what are we waiting for? I'm ready when you are.
Yep, to switch between, I know.
As far was to cover evidence. So this is where Mr. Aldan actually saw the president and his kidnapper.
Yes, which pretty clearly suggests a link between the kidnapping and the orphanage. You can see why so much trouble was taken to suggest that it happened elsewhere.
Yeah, they pulled some really dirty tricks there. Making a photo like that, that's just cheating.
Not to mention disposing of Mr. Aldan's camera and forcing the president to pose at gunpoint. He must have put in some new film, then staged the photo immediately afterward.
And if Chairman Winner was involved, he could have changed or hidden other evidence as well.
And it doesn't help that the SS5 case file was classified until just recently.
Yeah, but he's behind bars now and the truth is coming out at last.
Indeed, although much still remains unclear. We need to look very closely at the differences between this and the previous simulation.
And there we have it.
Well, this is where Mr. Aldan really met his fate. But he was moved in order to make the scene consistent with the staged photograph. Over to the spot between the planters.
The footprints. The fact that they go over there and come back.
Yes, I think that tells us something important. That they were left by whoever carried him over there. Blood on the snow. A lot of it. Certainly looks as if a murder occurred here.
Wait, but we just figured out that Mr. Aldan was killed over by the snowman, right?
We did. I think this blood might belong to somebody else.
What? But the police report said that the blood was Mr. Aldan's.
Need I remind you that the case was overseen by Chairman Winner? The man would have had no scruples about altering the official records over something this small.
But then why go to all the trouble? Couldn't he have just cleaned up the blood instead?
He wasn't able to. Think about it. He knew that this was where the police would find Mr. Aldan's body. And he knew that the police would have certain scientific methods at their disposal to look for clues.
Oh, you mean luminol? Yeah, they would have found traces of blood if they used that for sure.
Exactly. He wouldn't have been able to clean it up to the point where it was undetectable. Far easier to falsify the results of any such tests when they came back in. It would simply have been a matter of replacing the official results with a doctored copy.
Eesh, and we've been looking at a forgery this whole time. That sucks. Wait, and it says Mr. Aldan's clothes were covered with blood too.
It does. And if they were, which seems entirely believable, it suggests that whoever's blood this is, it wasn't yet dry when Mr. Aldan's body was placed here.
I get it, which means that the other person's blood was spilt not long before Mr. Aldan was killed.
I think it does, yes. But if that's the case, Doesn't that present something of a contradiction? Or is it a fake?
The body's where it should be now, over by the snowman. Kinda sad nobody being here anymore, huh?
Okay, not even slightly. Now that the body has gone, there may be new clues for us to discover. Let's go over the scene with a fine-tooth comb one more time.
Yes, sir. Understood, sir.
But not the body doubles.
This is the only part where there's no snow, huh?
Because of the fire, one of the kids said. I imagine the snow here melted as a result.
This must be the unluckiest orphanage in the world. First a fire, then a murder. Talk about going from bad to worse.
Fire came first. But just because it caused the snow to melt. Yeah. I know what I want to say, but I don't know how it's going to let me say it. Wonderful. Ah, great. Are these bloody situations? Damn. I don't know what it wants me to do. I don't know what it wants me to do at all. I could try putting together these two things. Sure it's not them. Oh, it is. Okay, fine. If Chairman Winner was involved in President Wang's abduction, it seems likely that whatever he dug up yesterday had something to do with the kidnapping.
Oh, I get it.
You do?
You bet I do. We're talking treasure, right, Lou?
You must have been digging up
You must have been digging up the ransom money.
the ransom money. $100 million is an awful lot of cash. Burying it would have been a good way to keep it hidden until the heat died down. It certainly seems like a possibility.
Glad you agree.
Oh, magical internet. Tell me what weird ass leap of fucking logic they come up with. Oh. Okay, use the bloodstain with the first last goddamn bloody point in this. Out of the way. There's a clear contradiction here.
Huh? In the bloodstain?
The blood is clearly cut off when the snow was melted by the fire. Which means that the blood in question was spilled before the fire was started.
But the fire happened before the murder, no?
If we choose to believe the case file, yes. But if the fire was actually set after what happened here, the kid who lit it might have seen something. Then why isn't there a witness statement? Because that would have challenged Chairman Winner's version of events. We need to know more about this fire. You. Yes, Shifu. The fire might have been reported to the police, which means there might be a record of it. Go see if they have anything and bring everything you find back here right away. Understood, Shifu. I'll get right on it. One more thing. What is it, Shifu? Contact my family back in Jiangfa. Tell them to search my father's office. There should be something there related to the case. There should? What kind of something exactly? I told you I'd seen this scene somewhere before, didn't I? and I remembered where. It was in my father's office. He had a picture of it, or at least something very much like it. What? It looked like it was drawn by a child. Possibly a child from the orphanage. Possibly even the child who set the fire. It should still be there somewhere. Tell them to send it right away. Yes, Shifu. Hello, Pika. Oh boy. What? I turned you off, you... Oh my god. Bad. Okay, how do I fucking get you to stop doing that, you pain in my ass? Yes, it has, and I really didn't need you talking again right then. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it, you stupid bot. God, I really need to find out why you're broken and how to fix you. Why are you not turning off? Turn off. Turn off. Okay, right. Oof. Okay, that's definitely off now. You can talk safely now. Really need to find out how to stop that bouncing back and forth like a goddamn freaking thing. Oh, I hate fucking Restream for updating and breaking everything I fucking used. Oh, my problem to deal with now. Anyway. Shifu, I'm back. I brought everything the police had on the fire, and I also brought the picture from your father's office. Oh, and one more thing. About time. What kept you, huh? Well, hand it over. Let's take a look at this mysterious picture, shall we? This is it. The picture I remembered. Could this be a depiction of something that happened on the night of the incident?
It sure looks like a kid drew it. Huh?
Yes, and I'm willing to bet it's the work of the child who set the fire.
Shifu, there's...
What now? Look, we'll have to wait, okay? Well, Mr. Prosecutor?
Really let your men talk, you know.
Why do you think my father kept this? I imagine he acquired it at some point during his investigation. Although I have no idea why he would have chosen to keep it to himself. Where do we see the case file for the fire too? Sure, yeah. You'll just give me a moment to read through it. Seems the boy who started the fire snuck out of bed on the evening of the incident. And then disappeared several days later. What? Must have been because he saw something, right?
No, kid, really? It's horrible.
But sadly not unimaginable. Looks like the kid left something behind that was put into evidence. What's this? But what's it doing in that case file? What is it, Mr. Prosecutor? Have you seen this somewhere before? Something very much like it, yes. We have a piece of evidence that could well be connected. Which item of evidence relates to the item the boy left behind?
Take that!
I don't know what it was doing in the evidence for that case, but it looks like it might be the missing horn from this soft toy. Hey, that was President Wang's. You've seen it before? Of course, he always kept it somewhere close by. I remember it because of the missing piece. I see. It has a special device inside it that plays recorded sound when you twist the horn.
Hey, do you think maybe putting the horn back on might unlock more recordings?
You never know. The toy itself should still be up on the 51st floor. Hey, you heard the man.
Yes, Shifu, I'll go fetch it right away.
Here it is, Shifu. The Pterosaurus doll, just like you asked. Good work. Hand it over to the prosecutor there. Well, does the horn found at the orphanage fit the president's plushie?
Fits perfectly.
And any more recordings on there?
Agent, sorry, President Wang. It's me, Amelia. I know it's been a while. I saw on the news that you were visiting the country soon. Didn't know whether I should get in touch at all, but in the end I decided I had to. Turn it off, right now.
What's gotten into Judge Gambit?
Are you okay? Just turn it off, please. You see, I had a baby. Beautiful little boy. Oh, beautiful little boy. I'm sorry, that's pretty much all I wanted to tell you. Oh, except I called him Sean. Sean Fenn. A nice ring to it, don't you think? No.
Sean Fenn? A kid.
And also that I'll be at the orphanage on the evening of the 9th. Be waiting in the front yard. Thought you could meet him if you like, even if it's only just this once. I know you're a very busy man, but anyway, that's where we'll be. Goodbye. What? He was my dad? I'm so sorry, Sean.
Care to explain what the heck is going on, Gabble?
Sean isn't my biological son. I adopted him.
And you were aware of this?
Yes, of course. His mother, Amelia Fenn, she died 5 years ago. We were cousins. But we were also friends, the best of friends. People often mistook us for sisters. And so when she died, it seemed only natural that Sean should come and live with me. Of course, we had to keep his father's identity secret. And I decided that the best way to do that would be for him never to know in the first place.
That's quite a lot to learn from a recording made on a seemingly innocent toy. I guess Sean's mother must have recorded the message and then sent the plushie to the president.
Hey. Yes, Sean? You're sure it was really my dad? Yes, I'm sure. Before you were born, your mother worked for a time as a diplomat in Zhangfa.
Makes sense. That line of work might well have brought her into contact with the president.
What? You told me she worked at the orphanage. She did, but only after she returned, after she quit the diplomatic service. She always loved helping others. The orphanage was perfect for her.
Judge Gavel, but I have to ask. Emily. Emile, the lady who asked the president to come. Why didn't she show up herself? Why isn't she anywhere in the files related to the SS5 incident?
She never made it to the rendezvous that night. Someone was tailing her.
I'll bet that was Chairman Winner's doing, though sadly we can't prove it.
And because she couldn't make it, we never saw the president again.
And she died 5 years ago. This can't be easy for Sean.
Hey, Sean, are you thirsty? We could go and get a soda. My treat, okay? Come on, I think I saw a vending machine over. I think I can't buy myself a soda. This is important and it's about me. I'm staying. Oh, that didn't work at all. John, perhaps now you can guess why I met with the president 2 nights ago.
So that's it. That was the big secret.
I wanted to tell him face to face that Emile was gone. Also that you were alive and well. More than well. But
It makes sense now. No wonder Judge Gavel was so keen to avoid sharing the details of their meeting.
yeah, would have had to share the truth about Sean too. And that was why I took the lion lilies with me. And there would be no doubt that I knew Emile, and that I knew her well. These flowers bore a special significance for the two of them, you see. President Wang gave Emile a bouquet of lion lilies in the early days of their romance. Now, he too is dead. If only he had lived. John might finally have been able to get to know him.
Shifu! Been waiting for the right time to say this, but... What? What is it? You've been hovering there this whole time. Can't it wait? They sent something else from Zhangfa. President Wang's will. What? The president's will, huh? Gave my father medal after medal. They had to come up with new ones just for him. In the end, there were no medals left to give, so he made us the keepers of his last will and testament. Those medals, that duty, they're our greatest pride, our family jewels. What? This is... What is it, Agent Lang? Does it have anything to do with our current case? You could say that. Seems he was planning on publicly acknowledging Sean as his son.
John's name appears in the president's will.
And we're certain that the document is authentic. That President Wang wrote it himself. Sure we are. It's old, but it's real. My family took charge of it back before the SS5 incident happened. I want to analyze it back home to be sure, but I'd stake my name on it being the genuine article. Wang was a renowned world leader. A child nobody knew about would have been sure to cause a stir, and yet he chose to mention the child in his will nonetheless. Well, that's that, I guess. I still can't quite believe it, but the president confirmed it with his own hand. There's no denying it. Sean, you're President Wang's son.
Sean!
Sean!
Sean. He was my dad.
Can't have been easy learning the truth about his father's identity so unexpectedly. And too late to even get to know him.
You know how hard I tried to find him? Sean. You get it. He was the president. He had a lot more to think about than just me. He was right there in front of me. Right there on the set. So why? Why didn't he just say something? Why didn't he tell me who he was? I'm sorry, Sean. I'm so sorry. Not your fault, Mum. Mine. I hadn't broken my promise to you. It would have never happened and wouldn't have ruined everything. Everything. All my fault. I even ruined your flowers. Sean. Please, you mustn't blame yourself. Just try to be here with me. Just for a little while.
Bond between parent and child, as symbolized by the lion lily. I'm no expert, but it's native to Jiangfa. Well, I know that much at least. Sadly, we don't have the luxury of dwelling on such things just now. I know it might seem insensitive, Agent Lang, but sentimentality won't help us here. We need to focus on what we can do about the case before us. You're right. I believe we've learned all we need to know about what happened back then for now. How did it all line up with your father's theories about the case? I wouldn't know. He took those to the grave with him. He never shared his thoughts with anybody. There's no way of knowing now what he figured out. What about your own thoughts? Are you feeling any more positive in light of what we learned from Kay's reconstruction? Are we any closer to learning what really happened 12 years ago? You know, I think we might be. Our father's footsteps are starting to become clear. Now all we need to do is follow them. All the way to the truth. The president went to the orphanage that night. That much we know for sure. The Tyrannosaurus toy proves it. He must have gone there to meet with Emil Fenn. Except he was kidnapped, and Alldown happened to see it. Alldown hadn't been there, and there wouldn't have been a murder, just a kidnapping. Instead they had to move his body to the planters and staged that photo to throw everybody off the scent. And that's our current theory, is it? But there's something I still don't understand. There is? This. Why is staging the picture? They would have had to force the president to play along. What if he hadn't? That's a good question. And we may be closer to discovering the answer than we think. Just have to get there one deduction at a time. Yeah, I guess we will. Alright, deduce away.
Hold it!
Nothing should be taken for granted at this stage. We need to treat even the seemingly certain with caution. Can we really be sure that the president went to the orphanage? I get it. You want evidence.
This is a nice change of pace from people asking you to show them proof, Mr. Edgeworth.
There's no need to actually say it out loud, Kay.
Hold it!
The plushie, it has a recording device concealed inside it, correct? It does. And it was used by Sean's mother, Emil, to record a message asking the president to meet her at the orphanage at midnight.
Whoa. Finishing each other's sentences now. What a team. You two will peel away the layers of the truth like an onion. I'm sure of it.
You do realize that there's nothing underneath all the layers of an onion, don't you, Kay? Could you try to say something a little less unfortunate sounding.
You two will peel away the layers of truth like the skin of a wolf. I'm sure of it.
He said less unfortunate sounding. Shall I continue?
Hold it!
Could we go over the details once again? So Mr. Alldown saw the president being kidnapped from right by the orphanage.
He was standing next to the snowman.
The murderer crept up behind him, grabbed a pick and... Oh!
Eesh.
Calm down, Kay. We're simply verifying our understanding of events.
Yeah, well, that little outburst just blew my understanding out my ears. I know we have to go over all of this again, but can we do it less dramatically?
Really? Fine. I'm happy to keep answering if you're happy to keep asking.
Hold it!
If Mr. Alldown hadn't been there, huh? That's an interesting suggestion. Care to explain? There's not a whole lot to explain. He saw the kidnapping, so he was murdered. If he hadn't been there, maybe the kidnapping could have happened without any blood being spilled. But could it?
Makes it sound as if it was Mr. Alldown's fault he was murdered.
That's not what Agent Lang is saying, Kay. What he means is that Mr. Alldown was the only person who died at the orphanage that night.
And of course he was. They kidnapped the president and everything. But the ransom was paid and he came home safely, right?
He's right, of course. But why does something bother me about that? I think it might be worth taking another look over all the evidence. Finish discussing things with your assistant, Mr. Prosecutor. Then let's continue, shall we?
Hold it!
This is another very important part of our current theory. Shall we go over all the details again? Sure, probably a good idea. Alright, first, what did Aldon see? He saw the president being kidnapped from right in front of the building. But the kidnappers were keen to avoid any suggestions that they might be connected with the orphanage. Yep, so they replaced the film on Aldow's camera and staged a photograph of the kidnapping occurring further away from the building. Indeed, and then they moved Mr. Alldown's body to a location consistent with what that picture showed. The secrets buried underneath the snow 12 years ago will finally come into light.
Are you sure that's really what happened that night? What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth?
I get the sense we're still not seeing everything, but there's something else at play behind it all.
There is? And what?
As a piece of evidence we discovered that Agent Lang's theory can't explain. We have to present him with it and develop our thinking further.
Objection!
You're saying there would have been no murder if Mr. Alldown hadn't witnessed the kidnapping. But is that really the case? Why wouldn't it be? Their main aim was to abduct the president, right? So if there hadn't been a witness present, they wouldn't have needed to murder anybody. And yet, it remains possible that Mr. Alldown wasn't the only person killed that night. There was a large pool of blood between the planters, but Mr. Alldown was murdered over by the snowman. It can't have belonged to him. What if all that blood by the planters belonged to somebody else? Come on, Mr. Prosecutor. You do realise what you're saying, don't you? I do. It's hard to believe, I'll be the first to admit it, but it's what the evidence suggests. Not just one person was killed here 12 years ago, but two. You're saying they covered up a whole separate murder? But whose? Who else was killed that night? Whoever covered up this other homicide did so very skillfully indeed. They even seemed to have been able to avoid it being mentioned in the files. They didn't quite get rid of everything. We have a piece of evidence from 12 years ago that they never managed to erase. This clearly shows that something else happened that night. Oh my, I just noticed that that's Canis, isn't it? Ooh. Dog and his knife and the bell.
Take that!
Excelsius Winner tried to shroud the existence of the other murder in darkness. But there was one piece of evidence he wasn't able to suppress. Thanks to the efforts of your father, Agent Lang. My father. Cast your mind back, if you will. Something else was hidden along with all the other evidence from the crime scene. The existence of the child who set the fire in front of the orphanage. But why would Chairman Winner wish to erase him from the record? Because he saw something he should not have, that's why.
He did? What was it?
It's right here in this picture. The picture my father kept. I think we can all agree that's the president on the right-hand side. And that's the Tyrannosaurus toy in his hand. But who's that standing across from him?
Take that!
Eastern robes and a black dog. That can only be Bodahama Canis.
What? The creepy assassin guy?
And what would a hired killer be doing in the presence of a president? I can think of only one thing. That's right, it wasn't a kidnapping that occurred here 12 years ago. It was an assassination. Yarr.
And Warden the Guard and Chairman Winner were...
Yes, I think they were complicit. More than complicit, in fact. One provided the venue for the killing, and the other suppressed the testimony of the child who witnessed it. Mr. Alldown was murdered because what he witnessed was actually an assassination, and not the kidnapping he thought it to be at all. Do you think I'm an idiot? How could the president have died 12 years ago? We only found his body this morning. He was alive and well until just recently.
Yeah, we even met him.
Indeed. So we have a president killed 12 years ago and a president killed in the last 48 hours. 2 presidents, in other words.
Right, which is completely impossible.
Or is it? I think it's entirely possible for there to be 2 presidents. In fact, that would explain a lot. But regardless of what happened, I still respected him. Zhangfa may not be a big country, but he held that place together. The president Agent Lang spoke of was a noble and capable leader. No, The presidential mask has well and truly slipped. Entirely unlike the man we met. It really did seem as if they were 2 completely different people. But how could one country have 2 presidents? What could explain a situation like that? This is how it was possible for there to be 2 presidents. One of the 2 was a body double. Tell me that doesn't make sense. A body double. President Wang was a man of great power and influence in Zhangfa, a figure on the world stage. There must have been countless attempts on his life over the years, such as the one at Gourd Lake only a few days ago. It's true, there were more than a few assassination attempts, And that doesn't mean I'm about to accept that there was more than one president. Not without proof. Do we have any proof that there was more than one president? Do I? We don't know. Stage photo, maybe?
Take that!
There. It's not. We save before choosing things, but don't know that, can we? It proved that he'd ever been in two places at once. That would be pretty good evidence that there were two presidents, right? Proved that he'd been in two places at once. Right, was the I-7? Oh. Wait, no, he's not going to say there's another Wang?
Take that!
Nah. Yeah, fine. I don't really know what you fucking want me to say, you little shit. I'm gonna look it up, cause I ain't fucking floating around in the goddamn darkness for this. S5 incident. Okay. Okay. Let's right. Yeah, okay. Confirmed to be at the embassy and supposed to be meeting them at midnight. Okay.
Take that!
I don't think he's noticed the contradiction staring him in the face. I didn't notice it either, so... Was he just unable to accept it? What's the matter, Mr. Prosecutor? You're pretty quiet all of a sudden. In Emil Fenn's recording, she asked the president to be at the orphanage at midnight. But it shouldn't have been possible for him to be there at that time.
Huh? How come?
Because he was supposedly still at the embassy. With your father, Agent Lang. So he had noticed. The only way he could have been in two places at once, as if there were two of him. No.
So, the real president, that was the one who...
Died 12 years ago. I think it might have been. But why? And who? Who would have hired Kenneth to murder the president? In order to figure that out, I'll need to look again at the piece of evidence we recently discovered was fake. The fake evidence. What was it again? Really?
Take that!
The picture was taken with Mr. Alldown's camera. The picture taken with Mr. Alldown's camera was staged sometime after his murder. Mr. Alldown was murdered because he witnessed the president's assassination. In other words, the photograph too must have been taken after the real president's death. So, who is the president in the staged photograph? The body double. Nothing else makes sense. I believe the president's double had him killed so that he could take his place permanently. An Excelsius winner in VP Lagarde helped him do it. Wait, you don't even have a body to support your theory. Are you telling me it magically disappeared?
Objection!
No, in fact we know exactly where it wound up. The president's body was here the whole time.
Take that!
Okay, fine. Why do we want to be the bear thing then? No, can't fucking have that. That would just be sensible and following the evidence saying everything is, but no, can't have that. Right. Okay, so you want me to show the monster's footprint. Okay. Yeah, I can do that. I can do that. Work the same with the goddamn file that says they buried something there, but, you know, whatever. Fine. Maybe they should program in multiple routes that make the same bloody argument. You can do it, you've done it before.
Take that!
Using the footprints, not the one that says that something's actually buried there. Oh no, that'd be ridiculous. Chairman Winner dug something up last night, something he couldn't trust anybody else to retrieve. We thought it might have been the ransom money, but it was actually something even more important.
Wait, you mean...
That's right, the real president's body. I think it's highly likely anyway. What? The body may have been decomposed. The body may have decomposed in the intervening years, but the bones would surely have remained. Mr. Powers informed us that construction is due to start here sometime soon. Everything had to be wrapped up before then. The shooting of the movie and the recovery of the president's remains.
Yeah, I guess once they started digging the place up, they would have found them pretty quick, huh?
Agent Lang, we need to have the so-called monster footprints analyzed again. Yeah, I guess we do. If there was a body under one of them, there should be trace evidence to confirm it. Hey, get me somebody from forensics.
Sir, presenting the findings of our analysis, sir. Traces of human remains were found in the dirt, along with other signs of a body having been buried.
So it really was him.
Bones were also recovered from the home of Excelsius winner. Physique looks to be about right, and the dental and medical records are a match. It's him, no doubt about it.
So, as suspected, the royal President Wang was killed 12 years ago. And the SS-5 kidnapping was in fact a homicide.
Wow, it really was a matter. Huh. This case has taken so many twists and turns, I'm starting to lose track.
Yes. Perhaps we should summarize our findings, just to confirm that we understand everything correctly.
Good idea. Let's go over everything from the point where the president arrived at the orphanage.
12 years ago, the royal President Wang visited the orphanage. His aim? To meet his infant son. The footprints we originally assumed to be those of Mr. Alldown seemed likely to have actually been made by the president upon his arrival. But instead of being greeted by his child, he was met by the assassin, Bodyharmer Canis.
It was sad. He was hoping to see his baby for the first time and...
Indeed, but at least with Mr. Canis we can be sure that the job was swiftly and efficiently completed. But then, after the assassination, another tragedy occurred.
Mr. Alldown's murder.
Yes, it seems he witnessed a key moment in the evening's proceedings. The moment when our culprits, the so-called kidnappers, took the president's body around the side of the building. That was the sight that sealed his fate. We've now established that he was standing by the orphanage's gate at the time, far enough away that he believed what he was seeing was the president's abduction. At which point...
Oh, the body double who had come to meet up with his co-conspirators. Walked right up behind Mr. Alldown.
leading to our unfortunate eyewitness.
Being murdered by the man who was plotting to replace the president. So, was it the body double who moved Mr. Alldown's body too?
Yes, I think it probably was.
But none of the footprints could have been his, could they?
Actually, I think they could. In fact, we have a piece of evidence that proves how this particular trick was achieved. What showed how the body double managed to move the body without leaving any footprints? Is it like... Actually, what the fuck is it? I mean...
Take that!
What if the President's double moved Mr. Alldown's body like this? There would be footprints in there, but fine. After killing Mr. Alldown, he could have carried him to the other side of the entrance. Given that his job was to look just like the President, he should have been wearing the same shoes, meaning that if he stepped exactly in the footprints left by the real President...
Of course, his would have been the same size and shape. Would have looked like a single set of footprints. And that's how it all went down. So glad we finally figured it out. Oh wait, there's one thing I still don't get.
There is? What?
Why did they need to pretend there was a kidnapping?
Mr. Alldown had seen the President at the orphanage and left a message on Miss Ringer's phone describing what he thought he saw. It would have been impossible for the conspirators to erase that message, and they had to make it look as if the events described in the message were true.
By staging a kidnapping like the one he thought he saw.
Exactly. I think the two people in the photograph are likely to be the body double and Fifi Lagarde.
She's the one in the trench coat. How can you be so sure of that?
The two of them would have had to walk out beyond the orphanage gates to stage the photo. The body double could have put his feet in the real President's prints as he did before.
Oh, so the other set of footprints were hers.
The ones we originally thought belonged to the killer, yes. They were about a size 9, too small for Chairman Winner, in other words. Which means the kidnapper must have been played by Warden Lagarde. And that explains how the so-called kidnapping was actually a presidential assassination. It does. Which means my father must have... He must have... noticed. There was no way he wouldn't have suspected a murder. Especially not with the kid's picture as proof.
The picture was never officially put into evidence, correct?
No. He appears to have kept hold of it after taking the witness's statement with the child who drew it. Yeah, because he knew President Wang was dead. And he knew what would happen if that news ever got out. Zhang Fa would have been plunged into chaos, no doubt. So he kept it a secret, and that secret died with him. Even though it meant taking the blame for the kidnapping, and our family name being ruined. So your father knew the truth about what happened 12 years ago, but he chose to hide it.
Well, it's finally coming to light at last.
Is it indeed intriguing?
Huh?
What? Who's there? That sound, is that a bell? Odihama Canis! What the heck are you doing here?
We're the law. You think you can just show up in front of us like it ain't a problem?
Forgive me, but I couldn't help overhearing the fascinating conversation you were having. The opportunity to gloat over your past crimes was just too good to miss, I expect. You killed President Wang. I did, but it's not something I'm inclined to gloat over. I was more interested in something else mentioned. Or should I say? Someone else, should I say? Someone you're looking for, I suppose. Exactly. That's why I took a little sojourn from the penitentiary. To find a certain young pup. A young pup in a rather eye-catching red raincoat. What?
Wait, do you know who they are?
In a manner of speaking. What did you call them again? A secret mastermind.
It's your friend in the red raincoat, of course.
Red raincoat? The prosecutor looks a little surprised, doesn't he, Helmut? Yes, he does. The young pup I mentioned, he saved my life, you know, 12 long years ago. As you have surmised, it was I who killed President Wang. That meant that I, too, became an inconvenience in need of removal. The imposter president, Winner, Lagarde, all three were keen to guarantee my silence. And if I hadn't met my friend, the young pup again, they might even have succeeded. I wonder what he's doing now. So it was the president's body double who hired you. I remember his words almost as if it were yesterday.
You know how many times I've nearly been killed? Not once, not twice, a bunch of times. Why do I have to take all the risks? Why am I the one they always put in danger? When I'm out there being him, people treat me like I was him. They worship me. What's the difference? Who's to say I couldn't be just as good as him?
There was a difference, of course, even if he did look and sound exactly like him. Just because it walks and talks like a president, that doesn't make it a president, does it, Bob?
No.
So he got his wish and became the boss, but couldn't quite fill his predecessor's shoes.
Rook's not around. That means I'm number one.
I wonder if you have what it takes to step into such capable shoes.
Of course I do. I'm the leader now. Me!
Too many voices in this. Seems the king and his knight were much the same.
The president's double knew that his employer had a weakness, a young woman named Amelia. But in order to find her, he needed to enlist the help of locals.
Locals such as Chairman Winner.
Once Miss Fenn had been located, they simply needed to find the right time to lay their trap.
The meeting she arranged so the president could meet his son. That would have been the perfect opportunity.
Indeed. With the head of the orphanage brought into the fold, their little conspiracy was complete.
Warden Lagarde.
Now, quid pro quo. Where might I find the pup?
What makes you think the boy who helped you and our mysterious string puller are one and the same?
He set a little fire that night, out there in the yard of the orphan.
Oh, yeah, we saw that. It was some kind of a prank, right?
A prank. It was nothing of the sort, my dear. No. As I understand it, he had taken refuge in the igloo by the entrance. From there, he happened to see Winner and Lagarde carrying away a dead body. He also overheard them hatching a certain sordid little plot. A plot to remove me, the only other person who knew what had really happened, from the picture. Thankfully, he was kind enough to come and inform me. I was waiting inside the building, you see. He also happened to mention later on that he was wearing his favorite red raincoat. In any case, he escorted me from the premises. And being a very considerate boy, thought to erase both our footprints from the scene of the crime. It seems he had a little kerosene set aside in the igloo for just such an occasion. So he spread it liberally about the place and set himself a little fire.
No way. And that's what the fire was for.
It must have been ever so beautiful. Winner and the guard were positively enchanted. And while they were distracted by the show, he took the opportunity to usher me out of a side entrance. You never answered my question. You really think he's the one behind all this? I do indeed. Don't I, Helm? Yes, I do. As you have surmised, it was I who killed President Wang. But that meant that I too become an inconvenience and need to remove. The imposter president, Winner the guard, all three were keen to guarantee my silence. And if I hadn't met my friend, the young pup again, they might have even succeeded. I wonder what he's doing now.
Hold it!
You were pretty forthcoming with that particular admission. If I'm honest, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm tired of all the killing. But back then I felt that death was my path. I embraced it and strove to learn what it had to teach. I have made my peace with that, and I am happy to admit it, aren't I, boy? Yes, I am.
I'm not sure what he's talking about, but I definitely don't like the sound of it.
Basically, he thought nothing of murdering the president. Not only is he an assassin, he's now a prison escapee, not someone to be trifled with. We can't afford for him not to talk. I need to tread as carefully as I can. Very well, you killed the president, and you're happy to admit it. Oh, very much so. I wouldn't want you thinking that I drew my blade and missed.
Hold it!
You, a target, but you're an assassin.
Sometimes the hunter must become the hunted. Sometimes the living must become the dead.
Please, Kay, don't feel the need to add a proverb of your own. Impermanence is inherent to the way of the assassin. Life-takers' lives are taken. So it goes.
Wait, does that mean the people you're sent to kill sometimes try to kill you back, or...?
It happens, occasionally, but it is not what happened this time.
Hold it!
But, Mr. Canis, you're a professional killer, and a famously skilled one at that. Surely escaping even 3 attackers would have been little more than a minor inconvenience. You overestimate me, Mr. Edgeworth. You seem to forget that without Helm out here, I couldn't even walk down the street. Against 3 assailants, I wouldn't have lasted more than a few moments. You see, though even the most proficient assassins are ill-equipped to face a full frontal assault, we're not hugely fond of such situations, shall we say. I certainly wouldn't have liked my chances.
Hold it!
Again, so the two of you had met before? Yeah, on a cold and lonely Christmas Eve 18 years back. Not long ago. But on that occasion, it was I who saved his life. It was snowing more than it had in years, and cold enough that death by freezing was a real possibility. I had taken Helmut out for a little walk. He noticed something and bounded off through the snow. When I caught up to him, he was sniffing at a car. The doors had frozen shut. It took all the strength I had, but eventually I managed to open one. And inside I found 2 young boys, shivering and semi-conscious.
There's the goddamn link to the other case.
Two? Yeah. And had I found them even an hour later, the poor wretches would never have made it. I took them both to a nearby orphanage.
Is it me, or is there something significant about what he just told us? What is it about Kenna's statement that's especially noteworthy? Could be the date, could be the number. This was on Christmas Eve 18 years ago. You're certain of that?
I am.
Holy smokes! We have something that shows why that date is so significant. What piece of evidence relates to the date on which Mr. Kennis found the children?
Take that!
That was the same day on which a certain incident occurred. The murder of a well-known sculptor. No way! An incident in the aftermath of which 2 children went missing. The son of the victim, Artie Frost, and the son of the murderer, Carmelo Gusto. Yeah, now that you mention it, the little guys did go AWOL,
Intriguing. The son of a murderer and the son of his victim. I suppose that would make sense.
It would.
One of the boys was bound hand and foot, you see.
That must have been part of Mr. Frost's plan to stop Mr. Gusto's son from getting to the competition.
Indeed, because without his son to taste his creations, Mr. Gusto would have had no chance of winning.
So that was what was behind it all. Sadly, neither of the boys were able to remember any such details.
They weren't?
No. When we met each other again on that night 12 years ago, the young pup explained it to me. It seems that they really were on the brink of death when I found them. And the shock of the experience caused them both to lose their memories. They weren't even able to remember their name.
Wow. So they wouldn't have known they were Mr. Frost and Mr. Gusto's kids.
If what he's telling us is true, that would seem likely, yes. which means we still don't have enough to tell us who our mastermind might be. Mr. Canis, would you mind telling us what happened next?
By all means. The pup and I remained in contact, even after I was sent to prison. But then I stopped hearing from him. I couldn't help but worry. And then people from 12 years ago started cropping up all over the place. It rather piqued my curiosity, so I thought I'd temporarily regain my freedom and look into things. People from 12 years ago. You mean Lagarde, Winner, and the President, I assume?
Well, Warden Lagarde was in charge of the prison, where he was an inmate this whole time, right?
I fear I wasn't as kind to her as I could have been. But then she did try to have me killed. You already know why.
Because you murdered President Wang, but they needed the world to believe he was still alive. If somebody had exposed the President as a fake, it would have been bad for Lagarde and Chairman Winner too.
Exactly. And not only that, I happened to overhear something else intriguing that night.
Be at the orphanage on the evening of the 9th. I'll be waiting in the front yard. Thought you could meet him if you like, even if it's only just this once. I know you're a very busy man, but anyway, that's where we'll be. Goodbye.
Who are you? Sorry, but I'm waiting for somebody. I know you are, President Wang. I couldn't help overhearing the news. Congratulations. But please don't worry about your son. I only kill those I'm employed to kill, which in this case means you. No. Wait, this is my first chance to meet him. And it might be my only chance. Please, give me just a few minutes longer. I thought he was going to beg for his life, but no. An interesting character. I told him I was not aware that he had a child. No, he said and shook his head. Neither was I, but the world will know that I have one now. I mean to make sure of it. I've even prepared something in case the worst comes to the worst. And the son in question, it was the young gentleman with the horns here, correct?
Horns? You can see them?
I don't need to, my dear. I've been listening very carefully, you see. And for longer than you may realize.
And the President meant to tell the world about Sean and prepared something in case of the worst. But it's not enough to simply have Canis's word on the matter.
Of course. We have something that proves what he's telling us. The President said is true. The will. The will everybody know about. He entrusted it to my family to show his belief in us, after all. The name in the recording. The preparations he had made. And his will. With those 3 pieces of information, I was able to convince Warden Lagarde to do anything I asked.
With the information at his disposal, he could have exposed the truth about the body double at any time. And Sean's true identity with it.
President Wang was more agile than I'd anticipated. He blocked my first and I thrust with something soft. By the time the piece I'd broken off hit the snow, my next strike had hit its mark.
Oh, it was Canis who tore off the horn, who tore the horn off of the Pterosaurus doll. I was the only one present to hear his final words. The only one who knew the truth about his son. Well, me and that poor pup.
Hold it!
So you're able to continue communicating with him from prison? I was, via a post office box.
What's that?
It's a means of exchanging mail without revealing one's own address. I never knew where he was, and I wasn't able to slip out and track him down. I was being kept under rather strict supervision, you see. By Warden Lagarde, no doubt. What were the two of you even communicating about? We were playing correspondence chess, of course. That and griping about our respective lots in life.
Correspondence chess? But didn't you used to play that with...
As unlikely as it may seem, Mr. Canis's chess opponent was...
Mr. Knight? Yeah, it was Mr. Knight.
He found the diagram of the game in his cell, too. So, does that mean Knight had something to do with all that IS-7 business? Wait, that be it. Do we have any evidence that might connect Knight to the IS-7 incident? The ring!
Take that!
I just remembered. This is everything Knight left behind. Could there be a clue in here somewhere? Ring and a chess set. Which one should we look at more closely? Ring.
What about it, Mr. Edgeworth?
Mr. Fender, take a closer look at it if you would. The design. That's Paul Aliqui's trademark mark. Indeed, it looks like somebody turned the stamp he used to sign his work with into a ring. But why would Knight have been carrying it? Why was it not with the rest of the evidence from the IS-7 incident? He tried to release Frost's personal effects to his next of kin after the case wound down. But if I remember rightly, old Frosty boy didn't have any family aside from his kid. And the kid was missing, so they never got to hand it back to him. Not till later anyhow. I heard on the grapevine that they found him in the end and gave him the goods. including the seal, it would seem, which he turned into a ring and wore until his own death.
So, we're saying Mr. Knight was Mr. Frost's son?
The cops didn't mess around with stuff like that. They would have made sure before handing it over.
And you were looking for somebody connected to the IS-7 incident who played correspondence chess, right?
Wait, so our secret string puller is Bronco Knight?
Objection!
Knight is dead. How could he possibly be involved in our current case? Far out. So our only candidate for genius mastermind is a guy who has already kicked the bucket.
That's impossible. How could a dead guy be behind all this?
It's a little perplexing. Then who else could it be?
Hold it!
You stopped responding? That seems strange. I'm glad you agree. Elma did too, of course.
That big scary mutt really said that. What, like, whoop whoop, that's bark in my head?
He does not need to talk in order for me to hear him, my dear.
Doesn't? Okay, well then let me ask you something. That look he's giving me, that super intense kind of scary glare. Not trying to say he's hungry, is he?
He might be.
He might be. Mr. Edgeworth, help!
Kane really isn't fond of Canis's pet, it seems. Yeah, there's a good boy. Now where was I? Of course, I suddenly stopped hearing from the pub.
Hold it!
It does all seem like a little too much of a coincidence, doesn't it? An attempt was made on the life of the man who was pretending to be President Wang all these years. Wouldn't the guard murdered Bronco Knight while he was being held at the prison she ran? An Excelsius winner, chairman of the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence, murdered Rosie Ringer. And the more I think back, the more it seemed at the time that some mysterious other presence was lurking behind all those incidents. Yeah, even from behind bars, it was rather obvious that something strange was going on.
Hold it!
You thought you'd temporarily regain your freedom? Could you be any more brazen?
Yeah, even a thief would struggle to get away with something like, I thought I'd temporarily steal it.
Fear not. Nobody was injured in the course of my escape. It wasn't necessary after all. I have my way. Let's leave it at that, shall we?
Leave it at that? No way, pal. You escaped. I ought to arrest you right now.
There'll be no need for that, Detective. As soon as my business is concluded, I'll return home to my cell. Are you serious? Prison isn't supposed to be someplace you can just stroll in and out of when you please. Strange that you should say that. Weren't you the one who strolled in to try and dig into my past only recently? You. Agent Lang, Detective Gumshoe. I need to be able to question Mr. Canis further. Could you both try to remain calm for now?
Sure thing, sir. Kinda knew you were gonna say that.
Fine. Then I'm not taking my eyes off the old dog, man. Not even for a second, you hear? I did so used to enjoy tapping out my little letters in Braille.
Hold it!
In Braille. That's how you wrote all of them? That's right. I have the tools to do so in my cell.
So you have to use special tools? I never thought about it before, but I guess that makes sense.
And what exactly did you write about, if you don't mind my asking? Oh, this and that. General chit-chat. And chess moves, of course. You wrote the chess moves in Braille, too? That's interesting.
Speaking of chess moves, how does that piece you carved yourself move? The dog?
Perhaps we can talk about that later. But now I'd like to know what happened with the letters when the letters stopped. I sat in my cell and tried to imagine where he might have gone.
Okay, nope, still don't get it. What does he mean? Who's this puppy keeps talking about?
Oh, indeed. It seems that not even Mr. Canis knows his true identity. So we should focus on what we do know. Then there was a connection between the two of them. I'm particularly interested in how that connection was maintained. You said that you wrote all of your letters in Braille, is that correct? I don't mean to be rude, Mr. Prosecutor, but you do know about my condition, don't you? That's odd, because the chess diagram we found in Knight's cell didn't contain any Braille at all. Really? But surely that's impossible. How so exactly?
Maybe someone typed Mr. Canis's letters out on purpose?
Meaning there may have been some sort of intermediary between the two of them.
So then...
Mr. Canis says he wrote his letters in Braille, and yet the letters received by Mr. Knight contain no Braille at all. This suggests that there must be a third party who typed Mr. Canis's letters out. Guess it could have worked the same way on the flip side too, right? Whoever it was could have taken Knight's letters and turned them back into Braille. They could indeed. I think you and Mr. Knight were both communicating with this person, Mr. Canis. No, it can't be Simeon, can it? Mr. Canis, the answers you received, they were written in Braille too, yes. So, some mysterious middle person really was retyping the Bronkmaster's missives? And that same person might well be our secret string puller. Wait, you trying to say there's another hidden mastermind behind this whole thing? So who's this new one? Bronco Knight, son of Artie Frost, is already dead. But what if the other child from the incident 18 years ago was actually who we've been looking for? Carmelo Gusto's son. But who is he, and where is he? Knight was Frost's son. Gusto's son would have to be...
Known him since we were kids. Both of us were all alone. He doesn't have any family, you see. Just like me.
But surely not.
What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? You're white as a sheet.
Of course, it all makes sense. I know exactly who our so-called mastermind is.
What? Who? You have to tell us.
I can hardly believe it, but it's somebody we know rather well. The person we've been looking for is...
Take that!
Has to be the person behind all this. The person who forced Chairman Winner's hand by sending the letter to Rosie Ringer. The person who kidnapped Sean and bugged Kay and myself. The person who did the strangest thing of all. He drugged Kay and carried her up to the roof of the big building. It was the monster.
What? Did you really just say what I thought you did?
Yes, the monster. That was the key to unmasking our mastermind.
Oh, I almost forgot. We're doing a show soon. Love if you could come, Mr. Edgeworth. Yeah, I'll be joining Virginia on stage for this one. That's right. Very Big Circus is the biggest, most fabulous event in town. You'll have oodles of fun.
Miss Lloyd, could I ask you a favour?
Oh, hello me? What kind of favour?
You told us you recorded the sound of the Tyrannosaurus breathing fire. Proof? What kind of proof? Did you capture something on your tape recorder, perhaps?
Oh, you're good, Ruffles. Sharper and a gosh damn tack. I captured the sound of that big old beastie breathing fire is what I captured. Sure did. Like I said, I didn't precisely see the guy, but boy did I hear him.
Can we listen to the tape?
You surely can. Let's see now.
That's it. The sound. That sound. It must be what I think it is. My theory has to be correct. The truth about the monster. The identity of the person behind all this. It's all falling into place. Miss Hart, you saw a giant eye at the window of the storeroom, did you not?
Yep. Snap me a picture of it too. Even if you can't rightly see it so well.
You can't see it right now, but... Detective Gumshoe.
Yes, sir?
Your image analyzer, can we borrow it again?
Oh, sure, but what do you want to look at, sir?
This photograph right here.
Oh, gotcha. I'm on it.
The clue we're looking for must be here. We just have to find it. Well, it's obviously up here, so...
That's...
See? I done told y'all. Tyrannosaurus has run his own dang self.
Yes, there it is at last. The monster commanded by the architect of this whole scheme.
Monster? Y'all finally ready to admit it? That he's danged well real? The big bad bull himself?
No, because that isn't Tyrannosaurus at all. It's the eye of a different giant beast entirely. Take a look at this if you would.
A very big circus flyer. Oh, wait, look.
You see it? The enormous lion balloon. That's the real monster. And the sound Miss Lloyd thought was the creature breathing fire.
Come on. You really gonna bring me crashing down to earth like that?
Well, that's how balloons fly, huh? They burn gas to make hot air.
They do, and our culprit was able to use that balloon to carry Kay up to the roof of the big building without ever going near the elevator.
So this culprit, they've got something to do with circus?
Circus worker. Friend of the broadcaster, San Augusto.
Whoa. You're not serious?
You forgot to mention trainee animal tamer. It's hard to believe. But he is the one who's been pulling the strings this whole time. That's right, Simeon Saint is the one behind all this.
Simeon? But everything Really? Don't believe you. We trusted him and he trusted us. You can't tell me that was all lies. That would be too horrible.
I'm sorry, Kay. What was that?
Where do you think you're going, old man?
Nothing escapes you, does it, young pup? My congratulations, Mr. Edgeworth. But now that I know the truth, my business here is done.
What? No, Mr. Canis, wait!
Damn it, he disappeared.
Are you okay, Mr. Edgeworth?
Don't worry, I'm fine, but
Damn you.
are you alright, Sean?
Kill my dad. You did, right?
There's no easy way to say it, but... Sorry, Sean. It would appear that he did.
He won't get away with it. I'll make him pay. Somehow, someway I'll...
Overruled.
No, Sean. You mustn't say such things. Sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. You'll have to forgive us both.
I just put the call out, sir. All units are on the lookout for Mr. Canis.
Don't mean to hurry, everybody, but we'd better be on our way too. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, where do you think we'll find our mastermind? I suppose you're right. We should go after the mastermind right now. He said he had to practice for the show, which I guess means he'll be at the circus. But before we leave, there's something I'd like to ask of you, Agent Lang.
There is? What?
Once a beast has been sighted, the next step is to plan its capture. When we arrive, there's something we'll need to try and find as a matter of priority. And Detective, I'd like you to look into something that's been bothering me about Sean's kidnapping.
Oh, yes, sir.
I want to help too, Mr. Edgeworth.
Good. There's somebody I'd like you to try and contact. If Saint really is our mastermind, we're going to need this person's help. Between our many encounters, I never suspected a thing, even though he was right there in front of me. I didn't either, so I messed up. There's no other way of putting it, but I'm going to put things right once and for all. Longer than I thought. This is much longer than I thought.
Oh, hi, Mr. Edgeworth. Did you guys come to watch the show?
Hello, Miss Berry, Mr. Saint.
You're a little early, I'm afraid. You're still practicing. I'm glad you kept your promise.
Yes, I remembered you giving me this.
That's so great. You're going to have so much fun. I think even you'll be surprised, Mr. Edgeworth.
I think you've surprised me enough for one day already.
What are you talking about?
Would you mind looking at this photograph, Miss Berry? That's the eye painted on the balloon you used to advertise the circus, correct?
Oh, yeah. What is this exactly?
I have a strong suspicion that the balloon was used by the criminal we've been looking for.
You do?
Who's usually in charge of the balloon, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, that would be Simeon. But wait, you don't mean...
Mr. Saint, you took the balloon out late the other night, didn't you?
Sure, I was practicing. I'm still pretty bad at flying it, so I need to put in some extra hours.
At night, when it would have been even more difficult than usual. A strange time to decide to practice. But why else would I have taken the balloon out? What are you saying? That you weren't practicing at all. You were taking an unconscious Kay to the top of the big building in order to frame her for the murder of Rosie Ringer. The security cameras never recorded Kay taking the elevator up to the roof, which means you must have gotten there another way, from the sky. And the only person able to make that happen would have been you. But, Mr. Edgeworth, I don't understand. That's not all you did. You also attacked Sean at the garbage disposal area, drugged him and carried him away. That's why you were late for the hearing at the courthouse, wasn't it? I'm sorry, but I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I do any of those things? Please, you have to believe me. I'd never, ever, ever do anything like that. I wish I could believe you, but I can't. Any trust I had in you has been completely destroyed. That's horrible. Why would you say that? You told me back at the jail. You said you believed I was innocent. Don't have to worry about that. We're friends. You know what it's like to be in your shoes. We're all part of the same club after all, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Unfortunately so, I'm afraid. Thank you for sharing such personal details with us. By the sound of it, you had little reason to kill Knight. If anything, you're the one most affected by his passing. And what's more, I simply don't believe a person as gentle as you is capable of murder. Rest assured, we believe you, and we will get you out of here. This is just awful. Never thought you'd lie to me. We didn't lie, I swear. Simeon, You said you knew what it was like to be me. I trusted you. It hurts, Kay. It hurts so much. I'm... Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, this is Simeon we're talking about. He's not a bad person.
Objection!
I see it now. That's your strategy, isn't it? With everybody. You root out their psychological weaknesses and exploit them. And without even realizing it, they wind up doing exactly what you want them to. Exactly the behavior one would expect from the arch manipulator behind all our recent troubles. I was too blind to see it before, but you won't fool me again. Simeon Saint, you are guilty of crimes too numerous to mention. Oh, that's how you want to play it, huh? Always did have the courage of your convictions, I guess. Luckily, grinding people's self-beliefs into dust is kind of a hobby of mine. Well done, all of you. Well, this is certainly a side of him we haven't seen before. So much for the trainee animal tamer, who wouldn't hurt a fly. I guess that was all an act. I'm glad we're finally getting to meet the real you. But I'm glad we're finally getting to meet the real you. Simeon, this can't be true, can it? Truth, lies, what does it matter? All you need to know is that Mr. Edgeworth here has made me very mad indeed. Now he's going to pay. Sure, I went up in the balloon a couple of nights ago, but it was just practicing. I guess somebody took that picture when I flew by the big building. fly around the area dropping promo stuff from the circus all the time. Nothing to see here, Miles. Nothing at all. So you go up in the balloon reasonably often? Yeah, promoting the circus like I said. Is that true, Miss Berry?
Well, it's true that Simeon's job to go up in the balloon and spread the word. Guess just about everybody in the area would have seen him up there by now.
Well, that same balloon was used in the commission of a crime. Nonsense. I just happened to be in the area where it happened. Somebody took a picture when I was floating past the big building, that's all. I'll be the judge of whether you just happened to be nearby. Thank you very much. Right, I need a second. Throw a little food down my throat quickly.
Hold it!
This balloon, do you usually launch it from here at the circus? No, you need a wide open space. There's a park over by Sunshine Coliseum. That's where I usually take off from. I see, and how do you get the balloon to the park to launch it? Not by hand, that's for sure. That thing must weigh a few £100. Kind of impressive that it can even get off the ground now that I think about it. I'd prefer if you didn't change the subject. How do you transport the balloon? Well, give a guy a break, will you? Not like I was getting miles off track. Sheesh. Use a truck, okay? You just load it on the back and away you go. A truck, you say? Yeah, last time I took it out would have been 2 days ago. That could be important. I better keep it in mind.
Hold it!
So just to confirm, the truck hasn't been anywhere else since then. Why would you need to confirm that? I just told you, didn't I? Answer the question. Or are you trying to avoid this one too? That was a cheap shot, even for you. If I say something, you don't need to confirm it. Because I just said it. See how that works? But since you insist, the truck's been parked out back since the day before last. The balloon was still loaded on the back basket. Back basket and all. Now explain to me why that even matters. Not right now. I think I'll just thank you for giving me a straight answer for once and leave it at that. So he means to insist that the truck has been parked here since 2 days ago. I think you might have let more slip there than you realised, Mr. Saint. Are you done? Alright, as I was saying.
Hold it!
So you're saying you just happened to fly past somebody with a camera too? Oh, I get it. I'm starting to understand how you think, Miles. Next you'll say something like, there's no way that was a coincidence, right? And it's down the slippery slope to there's no such thing as coincidences. Now there's a scary thought.
That's not what Mr. Edgeworth was saying at all. Why can't you just...
Don't play into his hands, Kay. He is deliberately trying to frustrate us. He's hoping that by needling us, well, he'll be able to avoid the question. Why do you think he'd be trying to do that?
Because he's a clown. No, because he's got something to hide.
Precisely. So we can't let up. We have to stay on the offensive. But we have to remain calm while doing so.
Gotcha. Hey, Simeon, this highly capable prosecutor's assistant has a question for you. Are you trying to tell us you just happened to fly past the big building?
He's right, you know. I wasn't going to answer. You're so bad at this, Kay, I guess I'd better throw you a bone.
Hold it!
You're in charge of both the promotional work the balloon is used for, and the balloon itself. Is that correct? You don't believe a word I say, do you? But it's true. Ask the boss. Right, boss?
Yep. Simeon's in charge of keeping it clean, making sure it's all working properly and everything. I don't think anybody ever even touches it except for him. Not lately, anyhow.
Interesting. I think we can safely say he was in the balloon when it was photographed the other night. But if he is our mastermind, there are parts of his plan he would have had to carry out today too. But we need to dig into those a little more. Why the big silence? Not like this is tricky stuff to process. It was a balloon. It was flying through the sky like balloons do. End of story.
Hold it!
Is that so? Not only were you flying at night, multiple crimes were committed on that same evening. And you expect me to believe that there's nothing to see, as you put it? You're trying to provoke me, Miles? Not very nice, you know, starting fights with people. A clown! We're all about smiles, not frowns. He's certainly skilled at steering the conversation away from the topic at hand. But that's not going to help him. I just have to stay on the attack. Don't know a whole lot about this balloon just yet. I think we should try and learn a little more about it.
Objection!
This truck, it wouldn't happen to be blue by any chance? Huh? So what if it is? We happened to see a blue truck ourselves just today, one with a large basket loaded on the back. That was the truck you told us about. Then your statement about it not having moved in 2 days is a lie. Agent Lang, Emma.
There you are, Mr. Edgeworth. At last. Been trying to find you ever since we wrapped up the case yesterday. Kane sent me a message saying you were here, so I came right away.
And I found what you asked me to go look for. It was loaded onto a truck in the park and not out back. A blue truck. Well, well. I think that truck might be the one we saw earlier today. In fact, I'm almost certain of it.
Objection!
What? Just because it's blue? Like a million other trucks? What makes you so sure it's the exact same one?
No, I saw it too. It's the same one for sure.
Objection!
What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth?
That wasn't me. Worthless are the words of a man who can't back up his claims with evidence.
Wow, you sound just like him.
Should have done the voice. Show me. I demand proof. I must be able to prove it somehow. It's the same truck, I'm sure of it.
What are you doing, Mr. Edgeworth? Why are you touching the truck?
The engine's cold, which means it's been here for a while.
No way. You can tell just from that.
What can I use to prove it's the same truck? I'd like to have the truck dusted for fingerprints. Huh? Why would you want to do that? Because I expect to find a certain very specific set of prints. And if I do, that will prove beyond all doubt that it's the truck we saw in front of the big building. Those prints will prove that it was the truck we saw. Yours? You think you're gonna find your own prints on there? I do, because I put my hand on your truck when I saw it in front of the big building. Let's see what we can find, shall we? Emma, could you lend us your scientific skills one more time?
That's what I'm here for. That's why I'm here. One moment, please. I'm ready. Take it away, Mr. Edgeworth.
Me?
Of course. Who else do you think was going to do it? Don't worry, it's easy. I'll show you how.
Fine. Although I don't see why you can't do it yourself.
You just spread the powder over the area you want to search for prints. Like this.
Moving the cursor around and pressing A will allow me to dust the area with powder.
Sticks to fingerprints, so once you've found one, make sure to dump plenty on it. On there. And then blow away the excess.
Blow it away?
Yeah, with your mouth. Like that.
Blowing with wire should remove any excess powder.
Alright, you got all that?
Yes, thank you. Now to try it for real.
Oh, there's no such thing as too much powder, by the way. Go crazy.
Don't mind if I do.
That's it. That's a nice clean print you got there.
Can we compare it to my prints right away?
Yep, leave it to me. That confirms it. It's Mr. Edgeworth's print, alright.
And with that, another lie is exposed. Yuck! So, what were you doing in the truck?
Oh, just driving around. For fun, you know?
Objection!
Kay was abducted 2 nights ago. And your balloon was sighted nearby. And today another abduction, this time involving a truck supposedly used to transport garbage. And your truck was sighted nearby.
Objection!
Coincidence, nothing more. You want me to believe that you were near the scene of 2 separate abductions simply by chance? Just be honest, you were involved in both. What makes you think they were even connected?
Objection!
Certain very important piece of evidence, that's what. Oh, this should be good. What connects Kay and Sean's abductions?
Ah, right. Sedative.
Take that!
Kay was drugged with a dose of a powerful sedative. And a bottle of sedative was found right where Sean was being held captive. The very same brand, no less.
Objection!
I knew you'd try something like this. Well, the same sedative was used, so what? Does that mean everything's connected? You know as well as I do, that doesn't prove anything for sure. You must have something. There must be a piece of evidence that can tie him to both crimes. Cops, prosecutors,
You, Miles?
All the same at the end of the day. What's the evidence to fit the crime? Or you flat out make it up, just as long as somebody goes to jail. Not no different from a certain other evidence tampering. We've had the misfortune of meeting. Tamperer, we've had the misfortune of meeting. Blech.
Objection!
No, I'm nothing like him.
Objection!
Then show me. Hit me with your killer piece of evidence. You have one, right?
No use. We don't have anything that can tie him directly to both kidnappings.
Okay, you about done there, Miles? No more cheap shots left to fire? Great. Well, I have a show to be rehearsing for, so you don't mind.
Objection!
Hey, come on now, you two. There's no need to get all hot under the car. Wouldn't want your good looks running down your face now, would we, Simeon, old pal?
What are you sticking your nose in for?
Hey, I just sensed the vibe getting a little harsh and heavy, yeah? Thought I ought to lighten the mood. Help me out here, Kay. Lift our spirits with a little dose of the old Grey Thief magic. You don't have to tell me twice. Okay, let me see. If I can do Simeon's voice. Here goes. Objection.
What are you? Take this seriously, will you?
I thought you could do with somebody running a little interference for your master. Not the most ethical approach and all, but again, Kay, again.
We can worry about whether or not this is the right thing to do later. This is my last chance to try and prove a connection between Mr. Saint and his crimes. Let's forget the kidnappings for now. Is there anything else that suggests that he is our mastermind? Of course. Canis was looking for our secret string puller too. The young pup, as he called him. If I could prove that Mr. Saint was that same young pup, then perhaps... But what evidence do I have that might point to him being involved behind the scenes? What do I have? Can I connect and paste that? Oh, works. Whatever. Whatever.
Take that!
I think you and Mr. Knight were both communicating with this person, Mr. Canis. And that same person might well be our secret string puller. That's right, our mastermind was involved in Canis and Knight's correspondence chest exchanges. I can prove that Mr. Saint was the hidden intermediary between the two of them.
Alright, that's enough. It's getting painful. You don't have anything, and I have to practice for the show. If you don't mind.
Objection!
Thank you, Mr. Fender. I can take it from here. I can't take any more of your interventions. Oh, just look at their face. Yeah, I like it. Miles Reno's back in the game for sure.
I'm Simeon the funny clown. Look at me. I'm a juggling.
Okay, you can stop now. Mr. Saint, you're a fan of chess, I take it. Huh? Where did that come from?
Chess?
Sure, I don't hate it. Our secret string puller was playing correspondent chess with Mr. Canis.
Objection.
Thought Bronco was the one playing chess with with Canis. You're saying he was your so-called mastermind?
Objection.
No, it wasn't him. Whoever it was went on manipulating events even after Knight's death. There. Whoever it was went on manipulating events even after Knight's death. Take a look at this letter if you would. Who do you think could have written it? I believe it was the person who had inserted themselves between Mr. Canis and Knight. Do you think that person was me? Why would I go to all that trouble? That's crazy. To make it appear that the two men were connected and communicating directly with one another. The very fact that the very fact that led Fifi Lagarde to murder him.
What? You're saying he set that up to try and get Mr. Knight killed?
Objection.
Listen to yourself. What do you think I am? Some kind of evil puppet master? You see me? I can barely even get the animals to do what I want. We could find one of the letters he passed between Knight and Canis. That would prove the connection beyond a doubt. I'd like to have your room searched. I believe we might find... letters you won't. Trust me. What? Once I'm done with something, I put it straight in the trash. Guess I'm not the sentimental type. Why get hung up on the past, right? He must have disposed of any incriminating items in order to cover his tracks. Guess you went in without the evidence you needed once again, huh? That's a bad habit, you know. So this doesn't prove anything either. We've fallen short yet again. What do we do now? Are we out of options? You accuse me of betraying my friend and you don't even have any proof. Despicable. Who was that?
Oh, I...
Miss Mary? What does she want?
Sorry, it's just... I was thinking about what you were saying and... This Knight person, you mean Bronco, right? Simeon's friend?
Yes, what of it? Does she know something?
A letter came from him this morning, for Simeon.
What? What did you... How is that possible? Knight is dead. Miss Berry, we need to see this letter right away.
Sure, here you go. Let's open it up, shall we?
It's another correspondence chess letter.
Next move from the game with Mr. Canis.
Can anybody else smell checkmate? Can anybody else smell checkmate? Here's my next move, point d6. Can't wait to see your face when you lose. But you weren't ever gonna beat me, not at chess. It's postmarked the 26th of March, the day before Knight died. I guess it must have gotten held up en route.
Well, we do move around a lot. After being a travelling circus, the mail arrives late all the time.
Interesting that it's addressed directly to you, Mr. Saint. This is it, isn't it? The proof we needed that you were the one facilitating Mr. Canis and Knight's games. One of the letters you would have transcribed into Braille, in order to create the illusion that they were somehow connected.
Gosh, you Bronco! You're still getting in my way even now! I hate you! I hate you!
Simeon, how could you? Mr. Knight was your only friend.
We weren't friends. I stopped thinking he was my friend 18 years ago. Right around the time of the IS-7 incident, in other words. Nearly froze to death because of him.
I was just about to head out and meet my dad at the contest.
Then Bronco showed up.
He pinned me down and tied me up. He was crying the whole time, whining on and on. Sorry, but my dad says I have to do this, and if I don't do what he says, he'll... It's so scary. Stop it, Bronco. Stop it. I have to go meet my dad. I promised. I'm not there to taste his candy for him. He'll be so upset. He needs me. If I don't go, he won't be able to show everybody he's the best in the world.
No, he locked me in that car with him. 2 of us nearly died. Thought he could get out. When he tried the door, it was frozen shut. We were trapped. And that's how I lost my dad. What?
You lost your dad?
Yeah, Bronco's dad killed mine. He was the son of a murderer. What does he mean? That doesn't match up with what we know at all. Simeon, the victim of the IS-7 incident, was a guy named Artie Frost. Yeah, that was my dad's name. My memories got kinda scrambled that day. What little I remembered was pretty mixed up. So I didn't find out until later that my dad was murdered. The murderer was a man named Caramello Gusto, a confectionaire.
Really?
Never knew Bronco's father's name. Or maybe I chose not to remember. Ugh, just thinking about the sicko that killed my dad turns my stomach. Mr. Saint, are you sure you didn't know the name of the murderer until just now? Do you think I'd sit on it if I did? No, I'd have reported him to the police straight away. All I knew was that Bronco's dad tricked my dad. And that's how I knew my dad was the one who was killed that day. Bronco was a traitor. He helped his father murder mine. He was the son of a cold-blooded killer. He deserved to die.
Objection!
I'm sorry, Mr. Saint, but you made a mistake. A big one. A mistake? What do you mean? Artie Frost was a sculptor. He'd been working in France not so long before the murder, under the name Paul Harlequin. So I hear, but I don't remember anything about that. I wish I could. Well, I'm afraid it's only natural that you don't, because he wasn't your father. Is your idea of a joke? It's not funny, not at all. You're right, it's not. But you need to know the uncomfortable truth. This piece of evidence proves that you're not Artie Frost's son.
Take that!
Huh? Bronco's chest set in a ring? Yes, take a look at the ring for me if you would. What does the engraving on it tell you? 2 letters, right? It is. It's the seal with which Paul Harlequin used to mark his works. And it was found next to Artie Frost's body 18 years ago. But why would Bronco have a memento of my father? The police looked for Frost's son for a long time, and eventually they found him. The ring was handed over to the man they were able to prove was his child, Bronco Knight. But that's not... That would mean I was... Precisely. That you are in fact the son of Caramello Gusto. No! Can't be! I'm... My dad was... I remember, don't I? Bronco tied me up and locked me in that car. It was his fault that I lost my dad. He deserved to die, didn't he?
No way. Do I get to see your circus thing even though I'm in jail? Looking forward to the next move in our little chess game. The show is just the icing on top.
Yeah, I think you'll enjoy it.
I will. And hey, come back soon, okay? I've been mulling over my next move in the meantime.
Oh, speaking of which, put a little something in your chess set. But you can take a look at it later.
A little something? No idea what what might that... There. A little something? No idea what that might be, but thanks.
If you hadn't detained me 18 years ago, wouldn't have had to end like this.
Huh? Did you say something?
Me? Oh, it was nothing. Bye, Bronco. Farewell. I did all that. Now you're telling me that it was my father who killed Broncos? Then what was all this for? I didn't want to wind up dead too. Didn't want to be weak and vulnerable. That's why I tried to be like Canis. Why I stayed in touch with him all these years.
And there we have it, the truth at last. Mr. Saint, you were Mr. Canis's correspondence chess partner. And you were the one manipulating events this whole time.
You're right, it was me. It was me all along.
At last, finally telling the truth. I was the one who witnessed the murder 12 years ago, but you know that already. The president's assassination, just as we thought. Which means he is the one who drew the picture. And they knew it too, that's why. The guard kept questioning me day in and day out.
Got so I couldn't face what I knew. It got so I couldn't face what I knew the next day would bring. I was a nervous wreck. Who could blame me for wanting to get out of there?
But I imagine it wasn't as easy as simply running away. Winter would have sent his men after you.
No matter where I went, they were on me. They never stopped coming. 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Couldn't sleep at night. Even the smallest noise had me chasing shadows. Me crazy. I joined the circus. At least that way moving from place to place was part of the job. My whole life I'd been up against the chief prosecutor and the warden of a prison. A regular person could hope to stand up to people like that. From the time I was a child I had nobody. They weren't even the worst of it. Body double was behind it all, controlling everything. May have been a fake, but he was the president of an entire country. What hope did I have? There's only one person I could turn to, Canis, the man who saved my life. It wasn't like Bronco. He really did want to help me.
That's quite a claim. Strange to think that our famously ruthless assassin winning the admiration of a child he saved.
He showed me how to stop being a victim, to stop being hunted, and become a hunter myself. And they all became my prey.
But I doubt even you imagined that the body double would ever go so far as to go up to our country's police.
No. I sure didn't. As long as Winner was around, no evidence was ever going to stand. I nearly managed to ruin things this morning. The guard almost got away with it again. I know him now like the back of my hand. I could see exactly how it was all going to all go down.
And you saw right through their plan. Well, Chairman Winner were trying to suppress the evidence in warn the guard's trial.
I see, and that's why you kidnapped Sean, correct? He wanted to force a guilty verdict regardless of the presence of evidence or the rule of law.
Objection.
Maybe I did, but how else was I going to make them pay for what happened 12 years ago? Whatever helps you sleep at night. But Winner pulled one last surprise, didn't he? He tried to kidnap Sean himself in the hopes of influencing the verdict. In other words, you chose the exact same course of action as the man you so fervently claim to hate.
Objection.
That's only if I'd actually kidnapped anyone at all. I never did anything so wicked. Never ever. Me commit a crime? No, 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 no. Besides, I don't hate the three of them. If anything, I'm grateful. If they hadn't done what they did, my revenge wouldn't have been nearly as fun.
Objection.
So you admit it? Your motive in all of this was nothing more than revenge. Sure, I admit it. So what? I despised every single one of them. But here's the kicker. I didn't kill anybody. Most you can blame me for is writing the odd letter here and there. A quick note to Ringer to tell her about Winner. Another to him so he knew about her. The fact that they wanted to kill each other. And one of them succeeded. That was all on them. So you take no responsibility for the fact that your actions resulted in multiple murders. Right? Same thing at Broad Lake. People are much easier to control than animals, you know. Oh, fake assassination plot. I handed that to Bronco on a plate. That was part of his plan too. But Rook's murder was.
Objection.
No, no, no. That was all Bronco's idea. Nothing to do with me at all. Still, move things in the right direction, wouldn't you say? Isn't fate a crazy thing? You can't talk like that about a murder. Setting the guard up was easy too. Made it seem like Knight and Canis were in contact with each other. And slipped the chisel inside the chess set. So it was you who put it in there. Yes, it was. I thought that might point everybody nicely in Canis' direction. Worked out pretty well, even if I do say so myself. Who knew that would be all it took to make that awful woman murder poor Bronco? I guess she's got to where she... Yeah. I guess she got to where she just saw enemies everywhere she looked. Know the feeling. And the smallest thing can send your paranoia into overdrive, and then things get ugly quickly. Had a front row seat for the whole show. You're the last piece to put into play, of course.
Oh, me?
You solved both cases and finally brought down Winner and Lagarde. I guess you could say your powers of deduction were the weapon that put an end to them both.
Objection.
I didn't solve those cases for your sake. Oh, you didn't know. You were doing me a favor. You were just playing at being an attorney for a little while, right?
What did you say?
All I had to do was carry and say no, 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 no a few times. And you rode to my rescue like the hero you are.
Was getting arrested part of your plan too?
No, that wasn't something I expected, I have to admit. Never thought they'd take the chisel from the murder weapon. But I never thought they'd take the chisel for the murder weapon. That was a real plot twist. Made my blood run cold for sure. But then, who should come through with the turnabout to end all turnabouts? The greatest legal mind of his generation, my knight in shining armor. I bet it felt pretty good saving me like that, huh? You ought to thank me, you know. I don't do that for many people. You're wrong. He wasn't playing at being an attorney. He was trying to help you because helping people is what Mr. Edgeworth does. He helped me right when I needed it most.
Okay.
Oh, did he? You sure he wasn't just trying on his dear departed daddy's shoes for size? No, that's not what he was doing. Come on, K-Meister. Don't let this clown get you down. He's projecting plain and simple, painting other folks with his own grubber brush. Not just that, he doesn't trust other people. The poor kid doesn't even understand the concept. Doing something for somebody else's sake. Forget about it. He'll never understand. You think I care what you have to say about me? Consider this for a second. I've gotten my revenge on everybody I set out to get it from. And yet... think about it. I never actually did anything. What's my crime exactly? Explain it to me. You think you can pin an incitement charge on me? Read my letters? I don't mention murder anywhere. If I did, maybe you'd have a case. Maybe you could say I encouraged them. But it's the same story as always, I'm afraid. You can't prove I did anything at all. That's not true. You kidnapped me. Sorry, but did I miss the part where you proved that? All I ever admitted to was sending letters. Letters which didn't threaten, coerce, or encourage anybody to do anything. I just passed on what you might call pertinent information. He's a slippery one, I'll give him that. Gotta be something we can do. What about this? Excitement stuff he's talking about. Incitement, Kay. It means to encourage or direct another person to commit a crime. In the eyes of the law, it's seen as equivalent to committing the crime itself. Then we just need to prove that he told them to do it. You say that like it's gonna be easy. Guess maybe you're not so big on due process after all. You think you can make me You think you can make me carry the can for murders I had nothing to do with? Think again. I don't even have to talk to you if I don't want to. In fact, why am I still talking to you? I can think of one reason. The tent is surrounded. There's nowhere left to run. Really? You don't think I planned my escape too? What if, just to pluck an idea out of nowhere, I trained all these vicious wild animals to attack on command, for example? All I'd have to do is say the word, then sidle off stage in the chaos. What? You wouldn't. I'm just spitballing, but you'd pay to see that, wouldn't you? I could just as easily take Sean hostage with the gun I may or may not have in my pocket. Yeah, you know what? That would make for a killer show. You will do no such thing. Want to know what lengths he might actually be prepared to go to. Knowing what we know about him already, we have to be prepared for the worst. Fine, I'll humour you, but once the curtain goes up on this little performance, it better be a lively one. Call me and we're done here, alright? Let's see if you can keep me entertained, shall we? You're not going to give me an inch. There must be something we can do. We can't let his crimes go unpunished. He's not gonna look around me for bloody pushing him, is he?
Hold it!
You encouraged others to commit murder, and those murders were duly committed. And if I can prove it, you will be punished just as if you had done the deed yourself. Yeah. What was the word for it again? I've forgotten already. Incitement, Kay. Chairman Winner, Warden the Guard, and Bronco Knight. All were criminals in their own right, and all committed unforgivable acts. But all were induced to commit those acts by somebody behind the scenes. This man right here. Oh, you really don't hold back, do you, Miles? It doesn't change anything.
Hold it!
Nowhere at all. What, you didn't look? I can give you a minute if you like. He's clearly confident that I won't find anything. I must have planned those letters down to the last word. Look, I don't want to teach you how to do your job. But if you can't prove I encouraged them to commit those murders, your incitement charge goes up in smoke. Too bad. So sad. Ah, Miles.
Hold it!
I know for a fact that you made those murders happen. Yeah, there's something I need to tell you. Truth is, I was the one who made Big Bad Chairman Winner kill little Miss Rosie Ringer. What? You told me yourself.
Objection!
Did I? And you can prove it? If you can't, this ends here. Just ask yourself, could this sweet innocent boy have done the things you're saying? No. I hate to admit it, but he's right. And that'll prove we have nowhere to go with this. You could only prove what he said on their phone call.
Hold it!
I mean, I have a tape of it. The same story as always. What do you mean by that? What does that matter? That's not important here. You know what is important though? That you can't prove nothing. Nothing. Until we have some way of showing that he's guilty, we're just going to continue floundering. Whether I thrust items of evidence in front of him and hope for the best, or I go over it all one more time. Whichever method I choose, proof is the only way we're going to get anywhere. He confessed to me over the telephone. He told me he was the one who made Chairman Winner kill Rosie Ringer. I just need to find a piece of evidence that proves what was said on that call.
Objection!
Really?
Objection!
Fine, how do you want me to fucking say it, game? Different phrase? Okay. Anyway, bloody screw me around like this. Just fucking will let me say what I want to fucking say in the way I want to fucking say it, game. Shut up and just fucking get back to it. Well, maybe I did say it. Right. I don't know, is this one maybe?
Objection!
Apparently not. Shut the fuck up and just fucking let me say what I want to say. Ugh. Sake. I'm a pain in the fucking ass. It's not 2 or 3, is it 4? We gotta present.
Objection!
Finally, for fuck's sake. Doesn't make sense to present it here, but whatever. I'm afraid you're wrong. I have proof that you meant for at least one murder to happen. Because you said so yourself. Yeah, there was something I need to tell you. Truth is, I was the one who made Big Bad Chairman Winner kill little Miss Rosie Ringer. What? I said that? Weird, I don't remember. I know you think you can worm your way out of everything. But this time you're wrong. I am. Yes, because our conversation was being recorded. By somebody intercepting the signal from the very listening device you planted. Was? You got your conversation with the clown here on tape. That's what you're trying to tell us. No! Lang Ji says, a schemer's schemes will swallow him in the end. Miss Lloyd, would you play us the tape, please?
You bet I can. Got it. It was this part right here. Mr. Edgeworth, that's Judge Gaville's cell phone.
Who is this? Oh, the one who abducted Kay?
Can't hear, Mr. Edgeworth.
Sorry. It's right around here. I was as surprised as...
That's weird.
Is something wrong, Miss Lloyd?
I'll see. Seems we maybe didn't quite catch the next part on tape.
What?
Why? How could it not be there?
Ah, poor babies. You think I'd leave myself wide open like that? I'll think again. There's something a little special about that bug, you see. It can be turned on and off remotely.
What? I never knew they make those.
Remote control bugs. Sure they exist, but...
So you switched it off to avoid being recorded.
Bingo!
Objection!
But how? You would have had to know you were being recorded in the first place.
Objection!
And I did. Of course I did. It's so obvious that someone was eavesdropping, and that's because Miss Lloyd was it. Miss Lloyd was it. You knew about the kid prosecutor's kidnapping without any prompting. No. You heard that whole conversation? Did indeed, old pal. But I must say, I thought you would have figured it all out much sooner. You're supposed to be a genius prosecutor. Now, where were we again? Oh yeah, at the part where, if you couldn't prove incitement, it was game over. Ah well.
Oh shucks, so my tape ain't gonna be of no use to nobody after all. Well, I must have recorded something you can use.
Only that were true. Hey, K-Meister.
Yeah?
The old buggeroo, it was hidden in your bin that whole time, right? Didn't shake anything loose from the old brain tree?
Don't know, give me a sec to think. You're the only one who's been directly in contact with him before.
Objection!
So sad, really. Relying on flawed evidence, desperately trying to make it stick. Well, that's quite enough of that for now. Next topic, please. Just trying to steer us away from our current line of inquiry.
You're the... really? You got... fine. You're the only one who's been in direct contact with him before.
Kay had a one-on-one encounter with him, only recently. What if the sound from that point in time had been recorded? Miss Lloyd, how long were you recording the intercepts from the bug for?
Started about, let's see now, 2 nights back.
In which case, during which time frame would we likely find Mr. Saint's voice on the tape? Mr. Saint abducted Kay and took her up to the roof of the big building 2 nights ago. What if there was a recording from around that time? Miss Lloyd, quickly, play us any tape you have from the night before last.
Oh, sure thing. That's the sound of the balloon.
Indeed it is. But around that time I imagine Mr. Saint would have been transporting you in it. Which means he can't have been too far away from you, or the bug. Anything else on the recording, I wonder?
Wait, that noise.
That was a gunshot. You turned the bug off then, too. It seems, unlucky for you, you were a little late in doing so. There's no escaping it now. That gunshot ties you directly to the case. What are you talking about? Nobody ever even mentioned a gun. He's wrong. Somebody involved with this case discharged a firearm. I just need to remember who it was and present the piece of evidence that proves it. Which piece of evidence shows that a gun was used in an incident related to this case? Nothing there. Yes. Oh, right. Gunshot residue. Detector on right hand.
Take that!
It's written right here in the President's autopsy report. Traces of gunshot residue were detected on his hand. And where was Kay when the gunshot was recorded? That's right. She was in the balloon being taken by you to the top of the big building. However, the roof wasn't as deserted as you needed it to be. Yes, I was there with the President. Wait, not long after we started talking, he noticed something and told me to leave. And if a gunshot rang out shortly after that... Don't tell me you didn't hear it yourself, Mr. Saint. Not when it sounds crystal clear in this recording. You're just going to pretend to ignore me? What else do you expect me to do when you keep spouting your weird theories? You didn't just hear a gunshot on that tape. If you listen carefully, you can hear that the bullet hit something too. But the President had been aiming at Mr. Saint. What would the bullet have struck?
Take that!
I think the President was firing at the balloon. And if he was, what we heard on that tape could have been the bullet hitting the basket.
Let's take a look and see, shall we?
Oh, there it is. Oh,
With a bullet stuck in it.
there's a bullet hole in the bottom of the basket. I'd call that pretty conclusive proof. Well, Mr. Saint, how do you explain not just the sound on the tape, but the accompanying bullet hole? You see everything, don't you? Pretty impressive, I have to admit. Doubt there's anything I could hide from you if you really wanted to find it. Just shut up and confess, will you? Alright, alright. No need to get cranky. I admit I flew the balloon up to the roof, but when I arrived, Judge Gavin and the President were already there. That came as a surprise, I have to say. Only the President noticed me and he made the good judge leave right away. And he pointed his gun at me and fired.
But why was he trying to shoot down the balloon?
Oh, that's simple enough. When I arrived, he was just about to murder your friend the judge here.
Me?
Yeah, you told him about Sean. What do you think would happen? Why do you think he met with you in the first place? He thought you were going to expose him as an imposter. Because she knew the truth about Sean's parentage. He was afraid. Afraid? Yeah, you could say that. The man was a total coward. His hands were shaking so much when he tried to get rid of me, he couldn't even shoot straight. And you see, I just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. I was an innocent bystander.
Hold it!
Around what time would that have been? Just after 11, I think. That's when you and your pal went up to the roof, right, Your Honor?
Yes, it was.
No contradiction there, but the fact that we've confirmed the time is important nonetheless. Because I arrived when I did.
Hold it!
So you didn't expect to find the two of them there? Of course not. Why would I? And it's lucky I got there when I did. You all know what would have happened if I'd been any later. I was just about to try and kill you, Gab. You really didn't suspect a thing.
I'm afraid I did not. I had no idea.
Maybe you shouldn't have blabbed to him about that kid. Did you ever think of that?
I was merely trying to...
What kind of mother are you? You're lucky he didn't kill you and then go after the boy.
Objection!
I'm your opponent here, not Judge Gavel. Now leave her alone and tell us what we need to know. Don't worry, Ilma. I'll take it from here.
I'm in your debt, Mr. Edgeworth. As is Sean. I trust that you will look after us both. And I pray that the Goddess of Justice will watch over us all.
Your precious goddess didn't even warn you there was a balloon right behind you.
Hold it!
He made her leave, but why? Wasn't he planning to kill her? Sure, but I bet he didn't want to do it in front of witnesses. Murderers don't tend to like that. She still didn't know he wasn't the real president, right? His secret was safe for the time being. And now that he knew about Sean, he could kill both of them whenever he wanted. You two got lucky when he died, huh? Why the frowns? I'd be smiling from ear to ear if I were you. I don't think anybody will be smiling until this matter has been cleared up once and for all. So please, continue if you would. The wish is my command. Where are we? Oh yeah. That coward of a fake president. I guess a witness suddenly appearing in the sky must have shaken him up pretty badly and he panicked.
Hold it!
You're lucky that the bullet only struck the bottom of the basket. Yeah, I tried to get out of there the second he pulled out that gun. Couldn't have my balloon going pop. But it was a close run thing. So you left right there and then and there. Of course I did. He was shooting at me. Are you saying there's a problem with that? Does that present a problem? Yep. In the end, you managed to leave Kay there up on that rooftop. Which means you didn't actually leave the vicinity, did you? Guess I forgot to tell you the next part. After he shot at me, he escaped through the hatch to the 51st floor. I hung around a little longer to make sure the coast was clear, then I landed on the roof. Would you mind appending that statement to your testimony? Makes no difference to me. Lying little shit. After he shot at me, he escaped through the hatch to the 51st floor.
Hold it!
The hatch that leads to the storeroom where the items from the underground auction were kept.
The auction... My memories are still a bit fuzzy, but the auction was 2 days ago, right?
Indeed, the auction was being held on the 50th floor that day.
A bunch of people were going in and out of the storeroom while it was happening, yes?
They were, which means that if the president really did escape that way as Mr. Saint says, somebody must have seen him. There's no way he could have passed through there unnoticed. The problem is the time at which each event occurred. But should the times line up, I can think of a certain piece of evidence that could prove helpful to our case. The story is that he just happened to witness the events on the roof from the balloon.
Simeon hadn't come along when he did.
Judge Gamble might have been in serious trouble.
So he's basically her savior, right?
I don't think it's quite that simple. After all, he was there to commit a crime too. But in order to expose that crime, we'll need to go over his testimony in detail. There must be a hole in it somewhere. Oh, there's a lot of holes there.
Objection!
You're lying to us again. I am. The President never entered the storeroom the night before last. Miss Hart testified to that fact. What? You believe the word of a two-bit hack over mine?
I beg your gosh dang pardon. Think that about the chief again. I dare you. I'll wipe that smile right off of your stupid clown face.
So we know Hart was camped out on the 51st floor that entire evening. But if our fake president didn't escape from there, then how the heck did he get off that roof? An excellent question, and one that I hope to provide the answer to next. We know that he didn't leave via the elevator, so neither that nor the hatch are possibilities. Which leaves only one possible way of escaping that rooftop. How did the president leave the rooftop if it wasn't via the elevator or the hatch?
Take that!
He flew. He...
Hello?
Yes, in Mr. Singh's balloon.
Objection!
Whoa. Quit fooling around, will you? Why in the world would I give that guy a lift in my balloon?
Objection!
There was a security camera on the elevator, and Miss Hart was on the 51st floor the whole time. There's no other way you could have left that rooftop.
Objection!
You know what the circus is all about. Making the audience think you're in danger. Giving them a thrill. And it's time to bring this act to an end. I'm not in danger here, even if you think I am. What do you mean? Watching that. Miss Hart, can I ask you something? You were keeping guard on the 51st floor the whole time, right? Never even blinking for a moment?
You bet your big toe I was. I done said as much in my testimony.
Objection!
So the noise, the sound of Miles's faithful assistant falling through the hatch, that didn't scare you so badly that you fainted?
Oh, maybe I ought to have mentioned this before, but I fell asleep for a few weeks after that. Oh, passed out unconscious, you might say.
What? What happened? That explains the noise that caused you to faint as well, Miss Hart. It's the sound of Kay crash landing onto the storeroom floor.
Well, so what if it did? Any girl in the world don't get caught a little unaware sometimes.
Sorry, Miles. That's what you get for putting your faith in these people.
Objection!
It doesn't matter. Kay can't have fallen down the hatch until after the president left the roof.
Objection!
Are you sure about that? Allow me to offer a little counter theory. The coward, fake president, fired his gun at me. Then he hid in the shadows until after your friend fell down that hatch. Well,
So what if he did? What would that mean?
Objection!
come now. Surely even you can see what I'm insinuating here. Elementary. If the president hid until after Miss Hart fainted, he could have passed right through the 51st floor undetected. No. And there we have it. Only the theory about the secret storeroom falls apart. No! Did he have to do that to me in my own voice? Yeah, it would be nice to know which voice he's using when he does that, but whatever. That's right. Oh, and another thing. I might have let Sean's identity slip to our pal, the president, while he was hiding in the shadows. That's why he went to the set to try and murder him the next day, only to wind up being killed himself. That's right. It was Sean who murdered the body double.
Objection!
What possible reason could the boy have for doing so?
Objection!
Oh, a pretty good one. He already knew he was the president's son. And how did he discover that exactly? Because I told him in one of my trademark letters. What?
He's lying.
Oh, you bet I am.
Huh?
Or am I? Maybe I did tell him. Maybe I didn't. Well, Shawnee boy, which is it? my fault that the Tyrannosaurus head fell off that roof. I admit that much already. But I didn't find out about my dad until today, I swear. Huh? Well, well, well. I know about the falling head thanks to the bug. Who knew it was you who made it fall? The president died from being crushed, was it? Alright, well, that's confirmed at least. You were the murderer. Congrats on getting your revenge. That ties everything up pretty neatly, wouldn't you say? Although I guess you'd say something more like... And so the pieces fall into place at last. Well, counter my unassailable logic if you can. You know my MO by now, right? I'm a hands-off kind of guy. I just like to pull a few strings here and there. That was the case with Bronco, with Chairman Winner. What makes you think I'd let that fake president set foot on my balloon? Besides, I thought he was crushed to death by that model monster head. And who set old Tyrannosaurus's noggin for them? Well, makes perfect sense. That's how our imposter wound up dead, no doubt about it. What was the motive behind the murder? A little truth I shared, just like I said. Get it? The truth. That thing you're so fond of. That's what caused the murder here, not me. No, that's not possible. Well, there a detective in the house? Somebody arrest that boy! Can't help noticing nobody rushing to slap on the handcuffs. What's the matter? Curse you. Just as I thought. Admit it, you're all the same. You, Winner, that idiot phony president. You want the real culprit to go free so you can railroad me into a jail cell, don't you? That's the justice you all claim to love so much. You only love it when you can twist it to suit your needs. No, that's not true.
Objection.
Well, if you're not going to make the move, guess I'll have to step outside and speak to an officer myself. Once I tell them the kid here's a murderer, maybe then they'll finally do something.
Objection.
We're not done with your testimony yet, Mr. Saint.
How did I know you'd make some excuse for stalling even longer? But you still don't have any proof, do you? Or any chance of winning this? Tell me I'm wrong. And yet, you still want to prolong the agony. Well, as long as you know what you're doing.
He's not holding back.
What? Did you forget that little Shawnee's life is on the line too? Imagine it would be the whole bar anyway. Hey, Miles Reno. Take a deep breath for me, would you?
Why would I do that, Fender?
Because it's times like these you need to kick back, take stock and be grateful for what you have. The worst of times are when lawyers calmly show our biggest smiles, remember? The way in which the president made his escape is what you and Laughing Boy can't agree on. So how about this for a little thought experiment? What if it's not about whether the big guy in the purple jacket got on that balloon or not, but rather under what conditions would Simeon have been cool with letting him get on board?
Turn about in thinking.
Forgive the interruption, just my 2 cents worth. Or your old man's, I guess I should say. Maybe Gregory's techniques can still prove useful in this crazy modern era.
He's right. Under what circumstances could the body double have been allowed on that balloon?
He was a physically imposing man, and what's more, he was carrying a gun. Could he have been drugged? No, there were no traces of sedatives found during the autopsy. In which case, Surely not. You about ready to continue, Miles? And don't forget, this is what we're playing for. This is going to be tricky, but I'll have to tear his testimony down one statement at a time. I could have split this into 2 parts. I really could have. I really should have.
Hold it!
The string in question being those of Sean and the President's body doubles in this case. You seem pretty confident of your abilities in that particular arena. Is that so weird? I'm an animal tamer, remember? And what's the wildest animal of them all? That's right, humans. Didn't take much to get those 2 dancing to my tune. A little truth here, a little hint for revenge there. Somebody ought to thank me. I did this world a favor. Blah.
Mr. Edgeworth, he's scaring me.
Don't let him get under your skin, Kay. We have to stay strong. This man sowed the seeds of another's revenge in order to achieve his aim. It's our duty to stop him, and we will succeed in that duty. Why do people do bad things, huh? Don't they realize it'll just come back to bite them in the end?
Hold it!
And so you insist that you had no direct involvement in any of what occurred. What can I say? I don't like to get my hands dirty. Sure do love to watch the action unfold, though. All those idiots desperately trying to kill one another. They didn't even know I lit the fuse. Love it. You haven't changed. All you did 12 years ago was watch too. Talking about the whole SS5 thing. Ah, stop it. Your poor papa scrabbling around for answers and finding nothing. Shucks. What do they call that again? Oh yeah, rank incompetence.
How dare you?
Agent Lang, please.
You don't know the half of it, you damn clown.
Your father may not have closed... Your father may not have closed out the case, not publicly anyway. But it was thanks to his work that we're standing here right now. Sorry to butt in, Miles. But your little pep talk isn't going to magically solve this case. Now, I know you have your theories.
Hold it!
But it's the only way it could have gotten down from the roof of that building. Alright, let's game this out, shall we? Suppose I took him down to the ground like you said. What's wrong with doing that?
Objection!
Oh, you admit it, you did take him on your balloon.
Objection!
Really obsessing over this one little detail. This isn't like you, Miles. And how did you think it went down? He held me at gunpoint and said, "Show me the city at night." That's ridiculous, and you know it is. But did you really fail to think this through?
Objection!
You said yourself you gave him Sean's identity. Surely that was enough to win him over.
Objection!
Win him over? And then you shot at me? No. Then you must have put him to sleep and carried him away like you did with me.
Objection!
Very well, let's suppose that to be true for a second. Did the autopsy show the presence of sedatives? It's no good. Just not going to give us an opening. Anyway, never mind all that. There are way more interesting things I'd rather talk about. Actually, I have some doubts about that. I mean, if the president really was killed by the Tyrannosaurus head...
Objection.
Don't tell me you're throwing your own pet theory in the trash, Mr. Genius Prosecutor. Aren't you the one who went to all the trouble to prove the man squished by a head hypothesis was true?
Objection.
That may have been my theory at one point. But that was when we thought that the head was the only thing that could have crushed him.
Objection.
Why the past tense? That's still your theory, no? It's not like you have anything else right now. The president's body double was crushed onto the fallen Tyrannosaurus head. Fact. No. There must be something. Some other piece of evidence that could link this man to the president's death by crushing. Don't you think it's time you gave up, Miles? I don't like watching you struggle like this. We all know who did it. The model head is practically screaming his name.
Hold it.
Sure, Sean was the one who caused the head to fall. That much we know.
Even admitted it himself.
Fantastic. And we're all in agreement. Well done, everybody. Case closed. John Fenn killed the fake president, and that's that. Somebody get those cops in here.
Objection.
Not so fast. This case is far from closed. Still scrabbling, huh? Alright then, enlighten us and be quick about it. If you can't, I want to see the kid in handcuffs. Or are you only a stickler about the law when things are going your way?
Mr. Edgeworth, what do we do? What do we do?
Think, Miles, think. If Mr. Saint killed the president's body double, it would have to have happened when the two of them were together on the roof. But what would he have had to hand? That's the answer. That will tell us how he was killed.
Not going to make this easy, is he?
We need to think about how the president died. It's a very particular cause, to say the least. If we assume he was crushed by the Tyrannosaurus head,
And the whole thing becomes Sean's fault, right? But what if that wasn't what the president was crushed by?
Is there something else that could have exerted a similar kind of force? We just landed the balloon on him, but... Okay.
Objection.
Sean didn't kill the president. The president was crushed by a monster. What? Did you really just say that? You? Well, I get it. He's the kid who can communicate with giant beasts, right? Did he use his special powers? The only person in communication with monsters was you.
Sorry, but you must have been mixed up with somebody else. No monster pals here, I'm afraid.
Objection.
Why the false modesty? You're very close with at least one such creature. In fact, you can make this particular monster do exactly as you command. It was you who killed the president, Mr. Saint, and I can prove it. What? You're talking about the lion balloon. Yes, a quivering mockery of a monster, filled with hot air, but a monster nonetheless. Not entirely unlike Mr. Saint himself. Sorry, you lost me. What are you trying to say exactly?
Objection.
You seem very keen to stick to your story about having manipulated Sean and the president. But no matter how true you may have wanted it to be, it was nothing more than a desperate lie. Even the most skilled animal tamer can't make the dead do his bidding. And the president was dead long before he left that roof. Having been killed by your balloon. I get it. That thing may look a lot lighter than air, but it weighs a few 100 pounds, right? When the president attacked you from the roof, You had to think quick in order to protect yourself. The method you chose, landing the balloon right on top of him. You didn't need to let him ride on that balloon, and he didn't need to coerce you into taking him. Because what you took away was his dead body.
Objection.
Wait a minute now, Miles. If what you're saying is true, the president would have been killed 2 nights ago. Which would mean the time of death recorded in the autopsy was wrong. It would. Wow, you're really losing your touch. Look again, it's written right there. Time of death, April 5th, approximately 11 PM. Clear as day.
April 5th. That was yesterday, which means...
Exactly. It means he died when the Pterosaurus head fell off of that roof. Alright, Sean, it's time to be honest with us all. You know it's the right thing to do. You killed your daddy, didn't you? You hated him, didn't you? We get it. Who wouldn't? He just left you. What kind of father would do that?
No, that's not what happened. I already told you. Didn't know who he was until today.
Oh, but you did know, as I told you myself. Can my theory really have been so wide off the mark? I want to thank you once again, Miles. You hounded Winner and Lagarde until their crimes were finally exposed. And by ruining them both, you helped me get my revenge. Gotta love those powers of deduction. The time of death matched up, everything else would fit. So, could he possibly have cheated the time of death somehow? Oh, what was the other guy's name again? Caramello Gusto. You even ran him down for me. That was some great work you did there. Of course, Gusto. The IS-7 incident. You killed Frost and froze his body in order to conceal it. Mr. Gusto needed to freeze Mr. Frost's body in order to obscure the time of death. If they determined that the murder occurred during afternoon tea, he would have been more obvious a suspect.
Bingo!
I only wish I could have been there to see his downfall too.
Did you say that? He was your father. So scary. Mr. God just keeps asking and asking about what happened that day. Where are you, Dad? You're coming to get me. Please, I need you to come take me away. Is it because I broke my promise? Because I didn't show up in time to help you taste your work?
He was no father. He left me all on my own. What kind of person would do that? May have shared the same blood, but that's it. Father? What a joke.
Objection!
You may not want to hear this, Mr. Saint, but you share more than blood. Hate him all you like, but you're more like your father than you know. What's that supposed to mean? Fate can be strange sometimes, but this was no coincidence. You and your father were the same, even in the methods you chose. You deliberately threw off the time of death just as he did.
That's right. We had to rescue him from a warehouse refrigeration unit down by the harbour.
A refrigeration unit in a depot? I threw off the time of death? And how did I do that exactly? By hiding the president's body in a very specific place. You hid the body right here.
Take that!
You needed to keep the body cool somewhere, and you also needed somewhere to keep Sean. Who knew that who knew that the two were connected? Talking about the kidnapping again. Why are we bringing that up now? Because, much as you may wish we had forgotten, we know that you kept Sean in a refrigeration unit. The same refrigeration unit in which you kept the president's body. Just as your father froze the body he was trying to conceal 18 years ago. What? You're saying I'm the same as him? The same as the animal who abandoned me? Sad irony, but an undeniable truth nonetheless.
Objection.
Shut up. I'm nothing like him. I could never be like him. Nothing to do with me. We're nothing alike.
Objection.
Sorry, kiddo, but I think it's pretty clear that you and old Gusto have more than a little in common. You even told us you didn't like sweet stuff. Way back when we first met, right? If that's not a product of your daddy issues, I don't know what is. You don't understand. You may have tried to disown your father, but he lives on in everything you do. You think the same way. And you're every bit as prepared as he was to sacrifice others in order to protect yourself. Your crimes were even exposed in the same manner. You couldn't be more similar. Or should I say, I don't know anything about a refrigeration unit, and the kidnapping, nothing to do with me.
Objection.
Nonsense. You did it so you could blackmail Judge Gavel. We know for a fact you were involved.
Objection.
You're a real danger to be around, you know that, Miles? What? Aren't you going to accuse me of? You're a real danger to be around, you know that, Miles? What aren't you going to accuse me of? It changes nothing. You still don't have any proof of incitement or kidnapping, of anything. Oh, wait. Are you planning on maybe fabricating some? Taking a leaf out of the old winner playbook? Never. I would never do that. Can't let myself rise to the provocation. What was the line? No matter what happens, we must find the truth. Something like that? But only when the truth suits you, huh? That's how the law keeps people down, isn't it? And I had to get my revenge myself. I got away with it. I got away with it all. The guard, winner. Now you. None of you can touch me.
This is bad, Mr. Edgeworth. Is there anything we can do?
Everything points to this man being our culprit. We need evidence, even just one piece. Alright, it's been fun, but it's time we brought this little show to an end, don't you think? Stick around for the main event though, won't you? I'll even let you in for free, if you finally admit defeat. Who was that?
Sorry to keep you waiting, sir.
Gummy, where have you been?
Oh, I've been doing my job, just like Mr. Edgeworth asked me.
And Detective Gumshoe, do you have anything to report?
I had them take a look into a few things real quick, sir, about the refrigeration unit where the kid was kept. It was registered to a very big circus, just like you said.
And there it is, just in the nick of time. Excellent work, Detective. Well, Mr. Saint? Be some kind of mistake. Why would a circus need a refrigeration unit? Valid question, I suppose, but we're no experts on the circus trade. Perhaps we could ask your department manager for her thoughts on the matter. Well, Miss Berry?
We do hire a unit to store all the food for the animals. But I don't know where it is. I leave all that to Simeon. He's so good at that kind of thing.
Ugh, you fool!
Hey, Simeon, you're scaring me.
Such a shame. But rushing to find a solution after the fact so often leads to mistakes. You knew that if the body was found in the unit, the suspicion would fall on you. So you panicked and moved it to the grounds of the big building instead. But you weren't counting on Sean being found in the unit when you kidnapped him. If only you'd known you were up against a great thief and an even greater detective. Is everything all right? You're looking a little pale. I don't think you won just yet, Miles. You're missing proof for the most important part of your little theory. Perhaps you could enlighten us. Don't have any evidence that I crushed the presidential faker with that balloon. No, you don't, because there isn't any. I'm afraid there is. What? If Mr. Saint murdered the victim as we think he did, there should be traces of your misdeed on this piece of evidence. Think so? Lily pollen.
Take that!
Analysis of the bloom basket should turn up the evidence we need. The balloon again? You already have your bullet hole. What else do you expect to find?
We expect to find plenty, actually. Isn't that right, Mr. Edgeworth? There's truth to be found, and he'll find it. He's a hero of justice.
Well, sure is. We'll find something for sure. But Mr. Edgeworth has gotten out of way tighter spots than this one. Well, what they said, we believe in you, Miles Reno. And so does your pop. He's looking down on you I'm down on you right now. I know he is.
Just say come and see this through to the end, Miles Edgeworth. Perfect victory, only moments away.
The presidential body double was killed by the balloon. Traces of a certain substance will prove that. And you, Simeon Saint, will pay for your crimes at last. I'm looking forward to this. Time to wrap up the mysteries of past and present once and for all.
Please, Mr. Edgeworth, deal the final blow to this unforgivably wicked man.
This last piece of evidence will prove your guilt beyond a doubt. What should we expect to find on the balloon if it was used to crush the president?
Take that!
When Sean found the president's body, he also found a bouquet of lion lilies. Symbols of the connection between parent and child, a popular flower back in Zhangfa. That's your proof. A bunch of flowers that will be rotting at the dump by now. A bunch of flowers that Sean threw away. So much for your beautiful symbol of parental connection.
It's got nothing to do with any of this.
Ignore him, Sean. You threw those flowers away, that much is true. But the bond they represented remains as strong as it ever was. The president held on to them until the last, an act which provided us with our final piece of evidence. What are you talking about? The flowers Sean disposed of had been squished flat. They must have been crushed by the balloon. If we examine the basket for traces of lion lily pollen, what do you think we might find?
No. You don't need to do that. You looked over the basket just now. Anyway, if there was pollen stuck to it, you would have seen it.
Those flowers are bright yellow.
Objection!
Not all evidence is visible to the naked eye, Mr. Saint. Huh? Emma,
Yeah?
I'd like to call on your scientific skills once again, if you don't mind.
Leave it to me. Right, let's take a look at this bloom basket, shall we? I've got something. Bright yellow pollen, just like you said. It's from the same flowers. It shouldn't take more than another quick test to prove it.
What? And there we have it. You murdered the president, and this murder you carried out yourself.
No! How could this... No!
You crushed the president with that bloom. Blech. Then you loaded his body into the basket and took him to the refrigeration unit. But why? Why go to the trouble of removing the body? Because he knew another incident was scheduled to occur that same evening.
Oh, Rosie Ringer's murder.
Exactly. If he had left the body there, it would have interfered with his other plans. I get it. And he couldn't leave the body in the refrigeration unit for too long either, right? Indeed not. So while returning to the big building to drop the body off again the following night, he must have observed the fire Sean caused, and the Tyrannosaurus head falling as a result. That's what gave you the idea, wasn't it? To frame Sean for the murder.
You made it seem as if the falling head was what killed him, so that my son would take the blame. Despicable coward.
In order to achieve your aim, you lowered the president's body from the bloom to the lot below, and while he was dangling from the rope you used, he was caught on Sean's rehearsal tape.
No! How did you see through it all? How?
You manipulated people, and you manipulated this case just as you manipulate animals on the stage. You thought you were all powerful, but your reign is at an end.
The animals look like they're mad with you, Simeon. Even Monkey and Isaiah. They thought you were their friend, but you're not. You're sad and mad, all at the same time.
Stop it! Stop looking at me like that!
Perhaps they will when you finally stop clowning around. You're not cut out for comedy. Your tale is destined to end with a whimper.
Don't... Get away from me! Get away from me! Leave me alone!
Dad, where are you? I'm so scared. I don't know what you're talking about. I've done nothing wrong. Nothing. I'm not the bad one. They are. Why? Why, Bronco? Why did you stop me from going to see my dad? If only none of them did what they did, I wouldn't have had to... I couldn't trust the police. I couldn't trust anybody. I was all alone with nobody to help me. That man, he helped me. Dennis was the only one who ever helped me. So what if I used people I had to? Is that so wrong? No, leave me alone! Leave me alone! Ow, that hurts! Stop it! You... No! Ah, no! No!
Seems the game is up at last. The killer! Mr. Edgeworth, may I be the first to congratulate you. You have unmasked the person behind this entire sorry affair. Now I am free to...
No!
Guns are clumsy, don't you find?
I don't have a gun.
Please, not only are you carrying one, you were just about to draw it. You must have stolen it from the president after murdering him. This gentleman betrayed a bond of trust. He knew the so-called president was an imposter, and yet he employed me to kill him nonetheless. There is nothing more dangerous for an assassin than to be lied to about the nature of one's target. If one does not know what cards one's opponent is holding, one can be very unpleasantly surprised. But that was not your true crime. No. Thinking you could deceive me, manipulate me. That is the crime for which you are about to pay. No! You. It's been a... It's... Can't do the voice. It's been a while, Tequila. Step aside, Canis. This man is my target. I would politely ask that you call off this particular job. I'll pay for his crimes, but in prison, not at the end of your blade. And if I refuse, let us just say that I might not take the loss of one life that I ever saved too well. You save a life. Body armor Canis, the blind butcher himself. Preposterous, I know. But yes, I, who have taken so many lives, once chose to preserve one, that of an innocent young pup. And he in his turn saved mine. Something of a bond formed between us. Laugh all you like. I know I would. But I would respectfully request that you spare him. As one professional to another, I ask that you let this particular target live. Very well. The boy must mean a lot to you. Thank you. I am in your debt. You need not thank me. I simply see little point in the two of us killing one another. Now then, I bid you all good day. No, get back here. You have my thanks, Mr. Hedgeworth. This young pup needed to be shown the error of his way. And you have done just that. Alright, I suppose we better be getting back. Our ironclad enclosure awaits. Doesn't it, Helmut? Yes, yes it does. Oh, hello.
You killed my dad, didn't you, old man?
I will not lie. I did. My victims deserve to be remembered at the very least. Ah, but I sense a great hatred of me from you, horned pup. In that case...
Sean, no!
You must not falter, little one. Here, you may use my knife. Take it, and cut my throat. One slice is all it takes. I was growing rather tired of carving my little statues anyway.
Want revenge? Want it so badly? Sean, don't do it! Please, Sean, I beg of you. At least, didn't until just now. Would have done anything to make you pay, no matter how long it took.
Oh, but you make it sound. Oh, but you should make those who have wronged you pay. It'll make you feel so good, trust me. All the pain, all the suffering, it all goes away. Drowns it all out, numbs it.
Maybe it does. And listening to you, I thought maybe that's what I wanted.
Sean.
But it's not just about me. Say I get my revenge. How does that help anybody else? I become a murderer, my mum suffers 10 times more than I ever would. So would all the people I work with. Counting on me. They worry about me.
Thoughtful words indeed, little one.
Yeah, I get it now. I won't ever forgive you. But I shouldn't be the one who gets to punish you. That's what these guys are for. My mum, the prosecutors, people like that. Sean. Well, you may be young, Sean, but you're way wiser than I'll ever be.
You could at least consider trying to better yourself, Kay. Very well. Then I suppose we'll be on our way. With me, young pup.
On our way? To where?
Where else? To the prison. Our home.
Home.
And with that, the case came to an end. A case that had dragged so many people into its orbit. But as for me, there was one last thing I had to do.
Oh, I really underestimated how long the rest of this case was going to take. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Edgeworth.
What's the big idea, big guy? Wanna tell us what we're doing here?
Mr. Edgeworth, your request has been processed and approved.
Your what now? I asked for my prosecutor's badge to be reinstated.
Your badge? What is the meaning of this?
I am returning it. From this day forth, I am a prosecutor no longer.
Still can't believe you did that for me.
A great man once said that an attorney's job is to be a friend to the friendless, and to trust his clients and to show him the way to the truth. That man's image will be forever burned into my memory. My father in the courtroom fighting for those who could not fight for themselves. Good old Gregory. But that was his path, your path. Mine lies elsewhere.
Mr. Edgeworth.
My path is that of the prosecutor. It always was. Well, and I guess that's that. I'm sorry. Oh no, I dig it. Besides, I can tell by that look in your eye that your mind's made up. It is. Right then. Looks like our work together is diddly done. Just don't come crying to old Eddie if you change your mind. This club's now closed to new members. I understand. Hey, Milester. Care to tell me why at least? How come you're so dead set on popping the old prosecutor's hat back on? You once asked me something, Fender.
You gonna keep fighting crime as a prosecutor, or help people as an attorney? Something tells me you got a big decision ahead of you, one only you can answer. I've been thinking about that question ever since. About how I mean to live my life. And now that this case is over, I think I finally know the answer. I'm going to help people as a prosecutor. But can't you also do that as an attorney? Look at it this way. Simeon Saint was also a victim of assaults. He lost his only parent all those years ago, and with him his ability to believe in a just world. I know how that feels. To lose somebody so important to you, to lose faith in everything. To doubt everything and be utterly alone, to fight and fight and fight. All that I can hope to do is get every defendant declared guilty, so I make that my policy. But I was lucky. Somebody was kind enough to save me from myself. Mr. Saint had nobody. He had no faith in the law. He felt that seeking revenge himself was the only option. But I doubt even you imagined that the body double would ever go so far as to co-opt our country's police. No. Sure didn't. As long as Winner was around, no evidence was ever going to stand. I nearly managed to ruin things this morning. The guard almost got away with it again. I want to help people like him. And how do you plan to do that? If he had been able to rely upon the law, none of this would have happened.
Chairman Winner made a mockery of justice, and in doing so drove Mr. Saint away from seeking it. The law is only as good as its practitioners. It can be a shield that keeps the people safe from harm, or a sword wielded to wound them. Just one among many of the law's great contradictions.
You can say that again. Yep, what we folks in the trade like to call the legal contradiction. The law is far from perfect. But one cannot solve such contradictions in the law without engaging with it. I don't think an attorney could have saved Mr. Saint. But a prosecutor, a custodian of the law, I think perhaps they could have. I plan to take up my badge again and confront those contradictions at every turn. Very Miles Areno. I like it. You know, it won't be easy breezy though, right? Fighting the law itself. That's lawyering on a hard mode. I understand that, but somebody has to do it. Oh, I don't doubt that. If it has to be anybody, it should be you. Laws are like people, I guess. They both gotta grow and change, adapt or perish, am I right? You're going to smash this, I just know it. After all, you're Gregory's boy, through and through. If there's one thing that man did not know how to do, it's give up. Eyes on the prize and straight on till sunset. That was his motto. You know what? Saw that same determination on your face the second you mentioned taking up prosecuting again. You know what's really grown and changed? Ain't to be a great big cheese ball, but you. Only wish your dad were here to see it. You'd be proud as all to get out. Fender, thank you.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, we're ready to begin. We can get the ceremony underway.
Please.
By the power vested in me by the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence, I, Verity Gavel, do hereby in the sight of the Almighty Goddess, reinstate Miles Edgeworth as a servant of the law.
right, you're a prosecutor again.
Best news I've heard all week, sir.
Well, Mr. Prosecutor, I got a scoop. Your pops is going to want to know that his kid just signed up for the opposition a second time.
Thank you again, Fender, for everything.
Don't thank me yet. The next time you see me could be across a court. And this face is a whole lot less roguishly charming when it's not on your side of the aisle.
I would relish the opportunity to face an attorney trained by my father. I hope the day comes very soon.
Alrighty, Fender out. Welcome back into the fold, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
Thank you, Judge Gambit. I owe you more than I can say.
You do?
You strove to right the wrongs of the committee from the inside. That must have been a lonely battle indeed.
Not at all. I was never truly alone. That's right. You had the goddess of justice on your side.
Thank you for teaching me that it's possible to fight in such a way. The contradictions within the committee are like those within the legal system itself. If we aren't able to overcome them, the real truth will forever evade us. I have you to thank for teaching me that, and for setting me on this path. I hereby swear to confront the contradictions that afflict the law and to overcome them.
And I thank you for your commitment to that cause, as does the Almighty Goddess. I truly believe that such efforts are necessary in order for the law to grow and improve.
I will look forward to seeing you in the courtroom again soon.
As will I. You did not see the best of me when I last oversaw a trial. The next time will be different. I will show you what it means to serve justice with true impartiality.
Judge Gambit, I don't mean to call your motivation into question.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth.
But to my mind, the ideal judge is not wholly impartial. The ideal judge is human. Even in the courtroom, they laugh, they cry, they rage, they smile. And then, when all is said and done, they pass down a judgment based in that very humanity. I'm not sure exactly how to put this, but perfection isn't always the loftiest of ideals, and it's certainly not the only thing to strive for. Forgive me, this is my opinion, nothing more.
You are right, of course. There are other ways. I thank you for sharing your insights, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another reason I was never truly alone during my long struggle against Chairman Winner. Someone else was with me. Someone other than the goddess. Of course, Sean! This clipping gave me more courage than words can express. Simply having it near gave me hope. No matter how hard things get, no matter how formidable one's opponent, when we feel that we are not alone, we can keep going, no matter how hard the road ahead. Mistakes have been made, but we must fix them, for Sean's sake more than anyone's.
Like the mistakes made in the incident in which his father died.
Wait, was that? Did I just... No. So you see, there is something more important, even to me, than the words of the goddess. Though it may anger her to hear me say such things.
So that was your secret weapon all along, the strength of your bond with your son.
Perhaps you are right. Perhaps I should not strive for an unachievable perfection. I must grow. As a servant of the law and as a mother, that I believe above all else.
I see. It seems that we both have plenty still to learn.
Indeed. We are neither of us perfect yet.
Let us continue along our chosen paths and continue to grow as we tread them until we meet again. We'll look forward to that day. May the goddess watch over you as you embark upon the next step of your journey.
I lost the title of Prosecutor, but now I've regained it, and in doing so I have seen a new way forward, a new path of justice, and I am determined to follow that path until it finally leads me to the truth. No matter how hard it might be, no matter the obstacles that might arise, woe betide anybody who stands in my way, for whoever they may be, whatever they might say, will lift my voice and say, oh my fucking god, that did not need to be automatic. Jesus fucking Christ. Ugh.
So, Chief, what kind of scoop we looking to land ourselves next, huh? Did I teach you nothing, knucklehead? We're jealous, dang it. Leads are our stock and trade, our bread and butter. You don't just hand that stuff over, not even to your damned apprentice. Sorry, Chief. Guess I still got a whole bunch to learn here. Alright then, better go track down some leads of my own self. That's the spirit, you go get 'em, champ. But before you mosey on down the way, mind sharing what kind of leads them leads might be? Huh? But Chief, you... Come on now, I'm pretty much editor, ain't I? Can't hold out on the boss. Oh, come on, Chief, that's cold.
My arm wound has yet to fully heal, even now. The bodyguard who inflicted it was a skillful practitioner indeed. I shan't be forgetting him in a hurry. But never mind that now. Time to return to the life of a simple ice cream seller, although I had been thinking that perhaps crepes would be more my speed. No, no rush. I'm sure there'll be time to ponder the matter before my next job comes in. Sure, you might have knocked me on my butt, wise guy. Ain't out crump yet. I'll keep my guard up and keep looking for an opening. Ain't that right, Teddy? Second the bell rings for the next round, escape shenanigans will come out swinging. Till then, it's training, training, and more training.
You want to know if I'm still planning on becoming an animal specialist? Stylist? Sure, I'm studying every single day, still up to my elbows in mud, but I guess it suits me better than being a newspaper salesman. Plan to make it my new career when I finally get out of here.
What's that? I release a few more years away. Now because I helped warden the guard. Why do you think I'm being so nice these days? I don't care about the freaking license, I just want to get out of here. Why me?
I was so shocked when I learned what Simeon had been up to this whole time. Trusted him. I was his boss. Well, can't sit around being sad forever, I guess. The show must go on. We can't let the magic department and the ventriloquy department get the better of us. We'll light up the stage and blow away the competition and something.
Must have gotten soft in my old age, haven't I, boy? Yes, I have. 18 years ago I saved a life, and the troublesome child is still keeping me busy to this day. And here we are back in a cage. Well, we'll have company soon at least, won't we, boy? Yes, offering the pup. Things certainly won't be dull with him around. No, they won't.
What dessert shall we eat? Chocolate cake, sticky and sweet.
Oh, so soft, fluffy and light. You'll be dreaming of it tonight.
I'll always be waiting for you, Judy. And I'll come visit you every day, just like you and Eddie did when I was in here.
There's so much to thank him and Mr. Edgeworth for. Most of all, the fact that I get to eat your delicious desserts again, Samson.
And not just you. They gave me permission to keep providing sweet treats to everyone in prison. I guess spreading the gospel of candy making for all those years is finally paying off.
Oh, hello, sweeties. Fancy seeing you here. You're a great big thank you, you know. Dear old Greggy Pegleg, too, of course. After all, it's thanks to all of you that I can eat Sunny Poos. I'm even thinking of making a lovely medicine out of them. I'm going to call it Snacker's Delight. It makes your stomach so small you can only eat snacks. You can get skinny as a tent peg. Love every minute. I'm going to make a fortune.
Man, I've met so many beautiful people now, and drawn so many beautiful... Lulu isn't the biggest fan of my new work, though. She took one look at my sketchbook and hit me over the head with it. Bam, just like that. And, then she left. I guess that's one less beautiful person in my life now. So I've got a big decision ahead of me. Do I follow my heart or follow my heart? By heart, I mean new girlfriend. You got that right? That's the bad nader. Seriously though, thanks for the... You want me to talk about IS-7? Talk all day. Sounds like that Edgeworth kid is doing good work. Yeah, Mars and Reno chose a different path from us. If that means we can't work together, but that won't stop me looking for him from time to time. You come pretty far yourself. Holy macaroni. Come from Big Bad Detective Bad. Am I dreaming? Well, flattery will get you everywhere, old pal. If you ever need a little fender magic, just say the word.
Looks like they'll be letting me off a little easy. Yes, because I told them I was kind of forced to do it. Ouch. Ain't no such thing as easy when it comes to crime. Thankful child. Sorry, Grandma. Feel awful about it, of course. But I'm just so glad I get to stay out here with you. What's that? Think we should be getting back to work? Yes, you are right. Can't keep the dead waiting. Science saves the day again, huh? Good thing I happen to be around, right? Even if I do have to jump right back on a plane again and go back to Europe, all this flying around is gonna get tiring. Still, it's all part of becoming a first-class forensic investigator. Guess I better get going. Oh, but if you ever need me, just say the word, okay? I'll come running. You know I will. The greater one's father, the greater the pressure to be great. But Eustace Winner, was it? He has chosen his own path now, and he will be tested. Just as I was. Miles Edgeworth used to live as a prosecutor over his own father's knife. That too is a valid answer to the question we've all had to wrestle with.
I can somewhat stay up. My father hid a secret, or a burden, I could only have imagined.
I thought only my family might. He thought of our entire nation. I mean to carry on that legacy, to fulfill his last great wish. Even if our president was an imposter. Even if the real president is long dead. Even if it takes all my effort, and all my men's effort, Zhangfa will rise again. Can't wait for you to see it.
I gave up on the whole the winner thing. Told everybody to stop calling me that. Because I didn't win. My dad did it all for me. I'm going to start again from scratch. Won't let what he did ruin everything. Pretty soon I'll be better than him. Better than Edgeworth, so watch out. Now, first order of business, get a new nickname.
Well, it was eventful to say the least, but we got it done and the movie's going down great.
I think the murder story in the gossips magazines might have helped. Big bad man emerges from Big Bamboo. Reveal true face of monster providing Shangfa murder. Oh, wait. This is a picture of you, Mr. Powers.
What? Why?
It's not so bad. After all, it'll make people come and see the movie, right?
Oh yeah, I guess.
I very much enjoyed the movie, Sean. Nothing. It wasn't even a big part. The boy who prevented both Tyrannosaurus and Gordy, they don't come any bigger than that. And it was a role you were born to play. You think? Well, it would be cool to be in a sequel, I guess. And I kinda like acting. Can we pick something up before we head back? I wanted to get some line release. My dad. Of course, and I will buy some too, for Amelia. Emil, whatever.
Oh, give me control again. Oh, it's been a busy few days, huh, sir? Unbelievably so. How did so many important cases all come along at once?
Never a dull moment when I'm around. Guess I'm just lucky that way.
Oh, wait, so all that stuff happened because of you?
No, Gummy. How could you say that?
And yet, I don't think the good detective is entirely wrong. Okay, what now? Will you be returning to your thieving practice?
Yeah, good question.
Oh, what? You're not sure?
How can I put this? I guess I feel like I've been trying to follow in my father's footsteps this whole time, you know? Trying to become a great thief just like he was.
Yatagarasu. Or a Yatagarasu at least.
But watching how this all panned out for you, Mr. Edgeworth, got me thinking that maybe I need to get out from under his shadow and live my own life too. Just like how you decided not to do the whole attorney thing. Time to make my own fate.
He's right. After all, nothing thrives in the shade.
I'm going to be my own hero.
That sounds like an admirable plan indeed.
Won't be giving up the name though. Can't not be the Yatagarasu, right?
Well, whatever name you pick, you'll always be K to us, K. You'll always be a hero.
Thanks, Gummy. You'll always be my Gummy too.
You bet I will. I'll be doing my detective thing just as hard as always. So I'll be counting on you, sir. Yes, but I'll be counting on you too, detective. Just as I've been counting on you these last few days. You've helped us out too many times to mention. I think your next salary review may come as a pleasant surprise. You mean?
What's the matter? I'm saying I'll see to it that you get paid a little more, Detective.
You will? This is unbelievable, sir.
No way. Go Gummy.
Like a dream come true. I can finally leave the instant noodle life behind.
But don't think I'll be letting you rest on your laurels. Your work won't be getting any easier. I hope you understand that.
Yes, sir. Understood, sir. Give you everything I've got. Just to wait and see.
Bender and Judge Gavel set me on a new path in life. A path on which I will face down every contradiction the law has to present. A path at whose end lies the ultimate truth. But can I really do this? I need to give it some serious thought. It certainly won't be easy, nonetheless.
Mr. Edgeworth, there is another reason I was never truly alone during my long struggle against Chairman Winner. Someone else was with me, someone other than the goddess. Of course, Sean! This clipping gave me more courage than words can express. Simply having it near gave me hope. When we feel that we are not alone, we can keep going no matter how hard the road ahead.
Oh, that was your secret weapon all along. The strength of your bond with your son. The strength of my bonds.
Oh, I almost forgot.
What? What is it?
Trying to find other members for my Yatagarasu team, right?
I do vaguely remember something about that.
Never even found a single one. We were going to be unstoppable in our quest to steal the truth. So much for that little pipe dream.
Are you kidding, right? You already have a team. A team that can solve any case the world cares to throw at it.
Yeah, I guess I do. The prosecutor, the detective, and the great thief. Between the three of us, we can hunt down the truth, put it in handcuffs, and steal it once and for all.
I can't help feeling a little sorry for the truth, in that case.
As long as the three of us stick together, we've got nothing to fear, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Indeed, nothing at all. My father followed his own path right to the end. And now I follow a path of my own making too. But not alone. I have some colourful companions to help me. As long as they're beside me, I won't lose my way. It's a new path, and a new me. I'll be walking it as a prosecutor, not an attorney. My father's path and mine are different. But they're not as separate as they may seem. Though the routes differ, the destination is the same. Because, of course, both end at the truth. Finally. Okay. That's that done. My voice destroyed from 6 hours of constant frigging voice acting. Now I have to decide what I'm gonna do tomorrow. But for now, though, that will be all. I need to fucking find out where I can check whatever. That, though, will be all for now. Bye.